Yo, 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 what's good, YouTube? So I'm here today with some of my brothers, Swin, aka Malak. I'm 1444, Apex Lex, Ghetto Genius. We just gonna cover some topics when it comes to current events. I'm sure a lot of you brothers know what's going on in Russia, in Ukraine, as well as Russia and China. We're also gonna touch on a lot of the shortages that have been happening across the U.S. that's going to affect us real soon in the upcoming months, as well as what the powers that be have when it comes to plan to the juice and the implementation of the juice. But before I keep rambling on, I just want each of my brothers to introduce themselves.
Hey, what's good with y'all, brothers, man? Y'all know who it is. Malak, I'm a 144. But first and foremost, want to give all the praise, the glory, and the honor to Yahweh Bashim, Yahweh Shah Bashim, Kakwadash. Hey, Lord, will this live stream that we do is edifying for y'all, awaken y'all up to the times ahead, keeping y'all eyes single, and watching and praying that we be kind of worthy to escape, man.
For sure. Apex, you there? No, I guess he ain't there. Ken, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, man. It's a good job, man. I just want to give all the praises to Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shai. May we continue to receive our daily bread, mental, physical, most importantly, spiritual, through all our transgressions. May the Most High continue to be merciful to us by blessing us with the understanding that we need to have in order to continue on. And yeah, man, it's a very important live stream tonight. So, let's get it.
All right, for sure, for sure. So the first topic we're gonna go over today is the juice. For those of you brothers who aren't aware, the company Pfizer is trying to reach out to the FDA, and they want to actually make it approved for children 6 months to 5 years old to be able to take the the juice. Now, a lot of you brothers might be asking, how does this make any sense when kids rarely get sick from things like this? They rarely get harmed from things like this. So what's the rush to try to get kids to take this juice, to take this jab? Well, the reason for it is because they're slowly trying to implement it to the point where whenever a child is born, they're going to have to take the juice. That's ultimately the end game. So that's why, for the most part, they're not necessarily worried about a lot of us brothers who are saying, "Oh, I'm not going to take this shit. Fuck this shit. I'm not going to do this shit." They're more focused on the kids because once they get the kids to take it, as the kids get older, they'll see it as normal. They'll see it as their way of life. They'll see it as what they need to do in order to survive in the society. And I'm going to quote what my brother Ghetto always says when he quotes the scriptures. Remember the unjust judge. And when you're in this society with the unjust judge, you're gonna have these unjust decrees. So I just want to get into a real article real quick going on that topic more. Yeah, so this is just a short article. As you can see, Pfizer asked the FDA to allow the juice vaccine for kids under 5. I was going to play the video, but you already know how YouTube is. We're going to get flagged instantly. So let's just get reading the short article. Pfizer has asked the Food and Drug Administration for emergency use authorization for the juice vaccine for children ages 6 months to 5 years. If the FDA agrees, the shots containing just 1/10 of those given to adults could be dispersed to children as soon as the end of February. Now, most you brothers got to ask, what's the rush of getting young children to take this shit so fast? It's because they want to get this out the way so they can introduce it for kids 6 months and younger. And once they get to that, they'll be like, you know what? In order to have people, safe from this disease, why not let's have every child who born get juiced up? But continuing on, it's still unclear how many shots the youngsters will need. Pfizer announced in December that 2 extra low doses of the juice did not provide a strong enough immune response in 2 to 4 year olds, prompting the company to add a third shot to the trial. The final data from the study isn't expected until late March. So, does that make sense to y'all, brothers? The data from the study isn't expected to be until late March, but they want to have kids taking this at the end of February. It just shows you how wicked this society is, man. What's y'all brothers' thoughts on this?
Well, they've already done this in other countries around the world too. Like America, this ain't like America's. America kind of, I wouldn't say late because it's not going on majority of the world, but there has been some countries where they've already done this, such as Peru. You can look that up. Peru is one of the countries where they've, I believe Venezuela as well, but I'm not 100% sure on that. But I know Peru is one of the countries, and a bevy of the countries in South America have already executed and moved forward plans to go ahead and do this with the children already. You know, under 6 years old and whatnot. Basically, pretty much dating it. You know, full in full swing around their country for everybody. For everybody, if you want to be a part of their society, no matter how old or how young you are. And that's the thing about it. It ain't about well-being or say. I mean, we all know that at this point. Like that used to be kind of a revelatory thing to say, you know, and a kind of an outcasting type thing to say it's not for people's well-being and whatnot. But we already know that at this point. If you got eyes to see, ears to hear, if you got any kind of sense about yourself, you already know that. Now, if you don't and you fast asleep, then hey, I feel bad for you. But if you got any kind of any kind of awareness and wherewithal about yourself, you know that this ain't for the well-being and safety for the people. We know it's all about social conditioning and getting people to over time, you know, submit their bodies to scientific forms of or falsehoods of science, as the scriptures describe it, falsehoods of science, versions of protection rather than seeking spiritual protection. And who to start that more than with children? Because you know they already got a lot of people around this world in terms of adults. Most adults, you know, who have already gotten this juice on a one-way trip to taking the Caragma. You know what I'm saying? So they already got them. If you took the juice, more than likely you're gonna take the Caragma. It is what it is. If you couldn't withstand right now, where ain't even no real pressure been applied, what you gonna do when times get hard and we in dire straits out here in the world, where you got to decide between eating your seed and being able to go and eating your seed and wondering what's gonna happen, or not having no food at all, or going to take a Caragma and being able to have access to society. Most people gonna go take that Caragma just as they did with the juice. A little pressure was applied, then they took the juice. Even more pressure gonna be applied. Of course, they're gonna take the Caragma. So they already got the adults, but the children, they want to get the children as well, because you think about it, even in this truth, right? A lot of us came in this truth at a young age, right? That's because when you're young, your mind hasn't been as corrupted yet. When you're young, your mind hasn't been as tainted with the spirit of the world. You know what I'm saying? So they want to get a lot of the young kids injected with this serum, you know, and they want to which has altering effects on your DNA and your spirit. You know, that's a whole nother topic. But they want to get a lot of kids inoculated with this serum and whatnot, because it's not about the serum itself. That's just a tool. It's about what the serum represents. What the serum represents is the social conditioning aspect of society. What it represents is you pledging your allegiance to the beast system, because it's all about leading to the Caragma. That's what it's all about at the end of the day. We all know this. It's all about paving the way for the Caragma. That's the ultimate goal they want to get everybody injected with. So it's all about doing certain things amongst the youth, amongst the children, to be able to put them in a mindset where they're more accepting of the Caragma. And how much better to do that than to flip the switch on the social conditioning scale when they're very young, to view them as their savior, as their godlike figure and whatnot, by giving them a almighty solution to quote unquote protect their health. That's what it's all about.
And that's really what this is all about, especially even for people our age. The powers that be aren't necessarily worried about us. They're more worried about the kids in college, you know, who are forced to take the juice, the kids in high school, elementary school, middle school, who have to wear a fucking mask on their face for no fucking reason. They're worried about the kids who are going to be born within the next 10 to 15 years. So who knows? By then, it might be mandatory for kids who are born in hospitals to be juiced up. And it's actually funny, since we're getting into the topic, I just wanted to bring up one precept because, you know, it just relates to the overall theme of the video, that being the beast of the earth being rised up, which is this current kingdom that we're in. So just, you know, to get the scriptures, I want to go to Revelations, the 13th chapter, and I'll start at verse 12, going into that beast. And he exercises all the power of the first beast before him, and causes the earth and them which dwell therein to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound who have been healed. And again, this is talking about the beast of the earth for you brothers who don't know. Title of the video. Verse 13. And he doth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men. And he deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles, which he had power to do in the sight of the beast, saying to them that dwell on the earth, that they should make an image of the beast, which had the wound by the sword and did live. and he had power to give life unto the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause that as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. Now, this is the main verse right here, and he causes
I
all.
don't know if this is related, but I
Hold up,
think I found a scripture. Kind of
hold
adds
up,
on to the
hold up.
point that due to the
I don't think he
Quran.
can hear you.
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me?
No, Apex, can you hear me?
Well, you say you can't hear me, Swint?
Now I can hear you. Can you hear D-Ben?
Yeah, can you hear
D-Ben, can you hear me?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can hear you.
we can hear you, bro.
All right. So in relation to the Quran, pretty much, I want to add on to kind of the mindset aspect of it. How as the Quran comes on the scene, you're going to see more hopelessness, more of a complacent spirit. As you can see, kind of how you like, for example, you kind of see more of a vacant look in people's eyes. They're more likely to get into reckless behavior as a result. And another aspect of the days to come is that the days will kind of start to bleed into each other as a result, and time kind of seems to lose its significance. Yeah. Wait, did y'all get D-Ben's message?
Yeah, I was just. Can you
Hello?
hear me?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. Swint, you good. It's
You hear
D-Ben
me?
that just sent a
I don't think you can
text.
hear D-Ben then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't hear D-Ben. I'm gonna keep. Is it cool if I keep going though?
No, yeah. Finish your point, bro. Finish.
Can they hear me on the live?
Yeah, you good. You good.
Okay, so I'm gonna be reading from Second Ezra 14. I'm gonna start on 10, and I'm gonna kind of work my way down to 20. I might skip a couple scriptures, but this kind of speaks. It says for the and just to add on the point, it's in Apocrypha, Second Address 14. It says, "For the world have lost his youth, and the time began to wax old, and for the world is divided into 12 parts, and the 12 parts of it are already gone, and half of a tenth part, and there remaineth which is after the half of the tenth part, and now therefore set thine house in order, and reprove thy people, comfort such of them as be in trouble, and renounce corruption." um this part coming up pretty much kind of explains that if you're in the truth, that you're going to have to renounce not only the worldly thoughts because they kind of bring fruit of death, as it talks about in Proverbs, the tree of life being the word of Yahweh Bahashim Yahweh Shai, all praises, Barakatah Yahweh, Barakatah Yahweh Shai, of course. I'm going to proceed. For Second Ezra 14. Let go from the mortal thoughts, cast away the burdens of man, put off now the weak nature, and set aside the thoughts that are most heavy unto thee, and make haste thee to fled from these times. And set aside the thoughts that are most heavy unto thee, and haste thee to flee from these times. For yet great evils than those which thou hast seen happen shall be done here and after. And for long, how much the world shall be evil through age, so much that the more shall evil increase upon them that dwell therein. For the truth is fled far away, and listening is hard at hand. And for hasteth the vision to come which thou hast seen. Then answer I before thee said, Behold, Lord, I will go, and as thou hate, and as has commanded me, and reprove the people which are present, they shall be born afterward, and who shall admonish them? Thus the world is set in darkness, and they that dwell therein are without light. For thy law is burnt, therefore no man knoweth the things that are done of thee, but or the works that shall begin. And it kind of goes into the idea that the only thing you can be saved by is your works. As these times of travail are coming, they're fastly coming upon us. We are kind of in the midst of the hourglass. The hourglass is losing its traction. The clock is beginning to tick, and as a result of that, you're going to see more hopelessness in these days for those who don't have the spirit on them. As a result, I kind of want to kind of segue with a point from an earlier precept that I read. It says that for look how much the world shall be weaker through age. As time goes on, then the fortitude of people will be lost in their spirit. Those who do not have Yahweh Bahashim You know what I'm saying? Yahweh, Bahashem, Yahweh Shai Mashiach, in their spirit, you'll see more hopelessness. As a result, there's going to be more of a capitulation in their not only in their spirit, but in their actions as well, too. So that's another aspect.
And real quick, before y'all tap into that, because I know y'all gonna tap into everything that he said, and also continuing on within the article. I want to touch a quick precept to hit on the point that you made, Apex, because you mentioned a great point about how in these last days, a lot of people, pretty much are gonna be, if you don't got the spirit of Yahweh Bashim Yahushua working within you, to help, and ultimately, what is that? Because before I touch on the precept, when we say the spirit of Yahweh Bashim Yahushua, what is that? Because a lot of people, especially the Christian church and people who are self-righteous and whatnot, they all want to go talk about God this, God that, God in me. You got the song about Mary, the God in me.
Yep.
You got people talking about I'm my own God, or I'm my own Most High. You got people going speaking on certain things in regards to how the Spirit is working within them, or through this revelation that they receive. The Most High is working with them. But what really is the Spirit of the Most High? We know the Spirit of the Most High is the Spirit of truth. And what is the Spirit of truth? Let's go to the book of Isaiah real quick, because what is that Spirit of the Most High that we get? Because the Most High is not speaking to us directly, man. The Most High is not out here, visiting us, throughout our days, whatnot, telling us, hey, do this, that, and the third. Of course, we pray to the Most High. The Most High will reveal certain things to us, but the Most High not speaking with us directly. But how do we talk to the Most High? How do we communicate with the Most High? This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 33 and verse 6. And wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of our times, and strength of salvation. The fear of the Lord is his treasure. So we talk to the Most High through the wisdom. We communicate with the Most High via wisdom, knowledge, understanding. And what is that? That's the scriptures, man. So that's how you get the Spirit of the Most High. You get the Spirit of the Most High by reading the precepts, man. By spending the time to study the Word, man. By diligently opening the book, and reading the volume of the book, and whatnot. And also, as it says in Ezekiel the third chapter, eating the whole roll, man, the bitter and the sweet. That's how you get knowledge of what the Most High is, because the Christian church, they only gonna give you the sweet, and they're not even giving you the truth on that, man. The world, they only tell you either it's an anti-God message or it's a unbalanced view of God, in terms of just all loving God, and that's it. Now, of course, we know the Most High is all loving, but they don't speak about the aspect of the Most High that he judges, he does hate, that he does have envy and anger towards certain people, not even just of other nations, but within our own nation, man. The scriptures say let's go to 2 Ezra, the 15th chapter real quick. This is the book of 2 Ezra, chapter 15, and verse let's go to verse 24. It says, woe to them that sin and keep not my commandments, saith the Lord. I will not spare them. Go your way, ye children, from the power. Defile not my sanctuary. For the Lord knoweth all them that sin against him, and therefore delivereth he them unto the death and destruction. And the scriptures also say in the book of Sirach, the Most High is not giving no man the license to sin. So if you a sinner, if ultimately if you don't come back to the Most High, he hates you ultimately, man. Because he hasn't if he loved you, he would have gave you that wisdom, knowledge, understanding to seek him via the precepts, so that you can be stable in your mindset, and you're not running to and fro in the last days. You're not going to all kinds of wayward doctrine, man. And that brings me to this precept right here, man. This is the book of Amos, chapter 8 and verse 11. Behold, the days come, saith the Lord God, thou wilt send a famine in the land, not a famine of bread or a thirst of water, but of hearing the words of the Lord. And it shall wander from sea to sea, and from the north even to the east. They shall run to and fro and seek the word of the Lord, and shall not find it. And this is the point I wanted to hit right here. In that day shall the fair virgins and the young men faint for thirst. Notice me, what is that thirst, man? That thirst is that living water, man. That wisdom and that knowledge and understanding. The wife of thy youth, man, going into Yahweh Shah. That's ultimately what that thirst is. You're thirsting for that knowledge. You're thirst. When you drink, you drink water because you're thirsty. I mean, your body is lacking something, man. You're lacking hydration. Meaning, and if you go without hydration for too long, what do? You die. Your body can only last so many days without water, especially in this society where we're overly dependent on things. Your body can only last a certain amount of time without water. You know, and it's the same thing with the spiritual water, with the living water. Your body can only last a certain amount of time in these last days without that spiritual water, that wisdom and understanding and knowledge, you know, for you to be stable mentally, to be able to accept what's going on in this society, and not only accept it, but understand why it's happening. So you don't go run to the white man, you don't go run to Esau for a solution, man. It's one thing to be in these last days to be Christian minded in these last days, and to kind of have a decent, somewhat of an idea of what's going on, but you ultimately don't know the power that's controlling it all, and you ultimately don't have the knowledge to keep you stable as well, because you thought that you was going to save them from the rapture, man. You thought that God love you, but you of another nation. So when you're not getting protected in the last days, what you gonna do? You're gonna go run to the white man. You're gonna go run to the white man's system to seek protection. But us who are in this truth, Lord, will we remain to the end? We're gonna be seeking Yahweh Shem Shai's hedge of protection, you know, via his right hand, which ultimately is Yahweh Shai, and that spirit as well. You know, that's gonna guide us and lead us in these last days. But that's all goes back to the understanding and the knowledge of the scriptures, man. You gotta have it inside your head in these last days to be able to be stable. Because anything else, you only got so much willpower, right? Willpower can only take you so long. You got to have knowledge and understanding to know exactly why things are happening. Because, like I said, if you don't know why things are happening, you quickly can change. You quickly can turn around and change, because your situation is gonna be that dire. It's gonna be that hard. The scriptures say this is the time of trouble the world has never seen before. Daniel the 12th chapter, man. The time of trouble, the third abomination of desolation, man. And the previous two abomination of desolations were Hellenius, man. And this time is going to be even worse. So, human willpower can only go so far for you. You got to have not only spiritual understanding and knowledge, but also the hedge of protection. But that hedge of protection comes from you inheriting the knowledge, because the scriptures say, "I love those that love me." The scriptures say, "Wisdom seeketh those who seek after it." In Proverbs the 8th chapter, and wisdom of Solomon the 6th chapter. Both of those chapters going into that, man. You know, so just to touch on that point that Apex made, you know, that's what's going to keep you from going crazy. That's what's going to keep your mental state on point when these last days come. As this beast system rises, and as this beast system nears its ugly head, as more plagues start coming, more end dates start coming, this war and rumors of war start being more pervasive in society. You know, as basically America turns into Egypt, the plagues of Egypt all over again. That's going to be very hard for the average person to digest. But if you in this truth and you study the scriptures, you know that this is supposed to happen. You know, there ain't nothing you could do about it. That's another thing about prophecy. That's another thing about having understanding of prophecy. You know, there's nothing that you could do to change it, but you just got to accept it. We know that we can't change it. We just hope we're on the right side of it. That's the mindset we got to have. And the average person in the world won't have that mindset, because you don't have the understanding of why things are happening. That's so key and so important in these last days.
Con, and that's called having the spirit.
I have a precept to back off of that.
Yeah, he can't hear you, bro.
I'm gonna remove him out of I'm sorry, bro. I get cut off twice again.
Oh, dang.
Apex, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me, Apex?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but you can't hear D-Man.
Nah.
Oh, crap.
I'm gonna just mute your mic.
All right, I'm gonna just make it work. All right.
I'll put you back on mute when I'm done talking. We'll keep it like that, at least until that shit is fixed, bro. But the point I was
trying to make it work.
Can you hear me, fam?
No, he can't hear. He can't hear you, bro. I'm gonna put it in the chat. What you just did.
I'm just keeping my mute until I'm done. But yeah, like I was gonna say, it's actually funny that you brought up Swint, wars and rumors of wars, because we know according to the scriptures that time is coming, man. And I just want to read one precept in Matthew the 24th chapter. I'll start at verse 4. And Yahweh Shai answered and said unto them, Take heed that no man deceive you, for many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. And ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that ye be not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not. For nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there should be famines and pestilence and earthquakes in diverse places. All these are the beginning of sorrows. And that's the main point that I want to bring out, because all the articles that we're talking about today and all the points that we're going into that today is really the setup, the buildup to that great conflict between nations and famine and rumors of war. Because I'm telling you, all this build up with the juice, eventually people aren't going to tolerate that shit anymore. They're going to punch back. They're going to punch hard. And that's honestly the goal, because once they bring confusion across the globe, then they can implement a new order. We know that's how this current system works. It's called the Hegelian dialectic. Basically you create a scenario, you create confusion, and then you come in with your own solution. And that's really what the end goal is going to be for this society. But real quick, I actually do want to go back to the article that we were referencing about the juice. Give me one moment. Okay, yeah, so I just want to read this quick paragraph. It's still unclear how many shots the youngsters will need. Pfizer announced in December that 2 extra low doses of its vaccine did not provide a strong enough immune response in 2 to 4-year-olds, prompting the company to add a third shot of the trial. Now, something like this right here, especially in this country, that's going to get a lot of people riled up. Especially a lot of conservatives from middle America, and even some people who are in their right mind. They'll be like, okay, you're going too far. It was different when you were pushing it on grown people to go to work. And it was different when you were pushing it on some kids to go to college. But 2-year-olds, 4-year-olds, why do they need this for? Yeah. And you notice how they're presenting the article. They're making it really nebulous. They're saying, yeah, we provided 2 or 3, but it doesn't seem like it's enough, because it's never going to be enough. Satan is never satisfied until basically he has your soul. That's the end game. In this society, that's the trick. That's the goal. They want everybody to basically be chipped in, be a part of the system. And like Swin, you alluded to earlier, this is just a prelude of what's really to come when they get the charagma on the scene. But I want to get that precept as well in Revelations. Give me one moment.
Before, real quick, I just want to hit this quick precept real quick, because you mentioned how he's not going to be satisfied. This is Sirach chapter 12 and verse 16. An enemy speaketh sweetly with his lips, but in his heart he imagined how to throw thee into a pit. He will weep with his eyes, but if he found opportunity, he would not be satisfied with blood.
Exactly. And that's how Satan always works. So like Ken says, the unjust judge. You can't trust that unjust judge. But real quick, I also want to go to Revelation 13, verse 16. I'm sure a lot of you brothers know what this verse is. I mean, everybody knows this verse in the Bible. And this is talking about the beast right now. Of course, the beast of the earth, which is this beast that we're currently in. And he cause of all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell, save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. And honestly, in the time that we're in right now, it's just becoming more clear. It's becoming more of real for all of us to see that this is what the end game is. That's why it's so important to read and have an understanding of the scriptures. A lot of these people who are atheists and nihilists and just degenerates who have no spiritual understanding at all. When that shit comes on the scene, they're just gonna be like, oh, cool, man. Like, I can swipe my hand and get in my car. I don't need a credit card anymore. I don't need it. This sounds amazing. Or even for these juices that are on the scene. Oh, man, we got to take this to be safe, man. It's about our safety. But all of us who are spiritually aware, who have spiritual wisdom, who understand not to trust this beast, this Satan, this demon Esau, who's really has our people in captivity, we understand that something is up. It doesn't make any sense for them to push this shit this hard for something that's not that deadly, for something that many people recover from, for something that honestly is like the cold or the flu. You get sick, you get better. And again, like it says in the article, they're trying to get 2 to 4-year-olds to take this. That doesn't make any sense, no matter how you splice it. Especially for the good looks hit, man. Especially about the mirror links and the Neuralink. That's gonna be a huge part of it as well. I know Hitman was mentioning this earlier. China is actually heavy onto developing that technology, and it's actually funny because they partner with Russia as well. But we're gonna get into that point later. The main thing that I want to talk about now is just really the wickedness that this society has planned and how they're going to deceive the people. And a lot of people, honestly, aren't going to understand what's coming until it's way too late. They're basically lambs for the slaughter. But those of us who seek the scriptures and who are diligent in our reading and our studying, we're going to preserve. It even tells us in the book of Isaiah, I believe the 33rd chapter, verse 6,
Yep,
wisdom
33 and 6.
is the stability of our time. Meaning what? Those of us who have wisdom and knowledge through the scriptures, we're going to be able to see everything and understand everything around us. Of course, not on a technical and quote unquote scientific level, but on a spiritual level, on an innate and instinctual level. We're not going to be deceived by anything that happens in society. Even again, when you read the book of Revelation, in a reference to the 144,000, what do? They follow the Lamb wherever he goes. So the Lamb being Christ. So whatever the message is, we follow. Whatever is there to deceive us, we avoid. Even again, in I believe Hosea 4 and 6, for all you brothers who will read the scriptures, you know this verse as well. The Most High rejected our people at that time due to our lack of knowledge and understanding. And of course, in this time that we're in now, the vast majority of our people are going to be rejected as well. Not even just because they don't understand the scriptures, but because they don't understand reality. There's going to be many brothers in these last days who right now don't understand the scriptures, but because they're aware of their surroundings, they'll be able to preserve themselves long enough to know, don't take the mark. And then when shit hits the fan, maybe the Most High can spare them as well. But, I'm not the Most High, I can't determine those things.
And I want to hit a quick precept. This is the book of Revelation, chapter 19 and verse 20, but I'm going to start at 19. And I saw the beasts and the kings of the earth and their armies gathered together to make war against him that sat on the horse and against his army. Now I'm going to touch on this real quick because we know that that's talking about that war in heaven, which you can read about in Revelation the 12th chapter, and it's starting at the 7th verse. Well, really singly at the 7th verse, kind of going down a little bit towards the end of Revelation, the 12th chapter, but it's singly pointed out in the Revelation, the 12th chapter, the 7th verse. Also, Second Esdras, the 13th chapter, starting around verse 1, all the way down to kind of verse 13. You can talking about that war in heaven right there. But I want to touch on this real quick because it says, and the kings of the earth, meaning the principalities, ruling principalities of this society, starting with the elite Baker families on down, and their armies. The kings of the earth and their armies, that's going into the elite ruling families, the ones who are going to take to be slaves and captives in the kingdom, as pursuing the Psalm the 149th chapter, going into bind their nobles and their kings with fetters of irons and chains. Those are the kings of the earth. They're the ones who are the Most High has given the power to on the left hand side, or on one aspect of the left hand side to have control over this incoming and ushering in this beast system. Those ones, the people that you don't see, basically, like people like Biden and Putin and fucking Justin Trudeau in Canada, they're puppets, man. They're just puppets. They're just spokespeople, secretaries. Donald Trump, people like that. All these politicians that you see, anyone that's got a face and a name, they're puppets for the actual kings of the earth, the ones that really run shit on the left hand path, and their armies. So the armies, of course, being their puppets who propagate things, and also their armies as well, their physical armies, gathered together to make war against him that sat on the horse. We know that's talking about Yahweh Shai. And what's going to happen is, as this beast system rears its end, when Yahweh Shai comes back, they're going to come up with so many different deceiving mechanisms. I'm sure some of y'all brothers know about Project Bluebeam. Now, I don't know how that's going to turn out. That's a whole nother video to chop that up though. But I don't know exactly how that's going to turn out. But there are going to be different deceiving mechanisms where they try to deceive the people to think that the one who actually is coming back is the one coming to, basically. Well, I mean, he is coming to destroy the earth, but you know what I mean. Like, they're going to try to deceive people to think that this is not the Son of the Most High. That this is the Antichrist. Even though we know what the spirit of Antichrist is, but that's they're going to use different deceiving mechanisms to convince people that this is not Jesus Christ, quote unquote, as majority of the people who believe in the Christian theology and whatnot thought it to be and whatnot. Now, us in the truth, we know ultimately what it is, but they're gonna be able to deceive the people who dwell on the earth, people who haven't, people who this truth is not for, and also people who haven't removed themselves from the love and the lust of this world via trusting and believing every word of the puppets of the kings of the earth and the people that propagate the spirit of these armies and whatnot. But because that's going to come into effect, that's going to tie into the MLB system as well. Because when you got, you know, basically a power or ruling council of people who can control the narrative on um what's right, what's good and what's bad for you in society, they can train your mind to think anything is good and bad for you depending on the present and the future societal circumstances. So when they talk, so basically, you know, when Yahushua makes his grand return and them fighting against him, you know, they could script that as, oh, we're trying to save the world from alien invasion takeover. We're trying to save the world from, you know, extraterrestrial forces that are trying to, you know, blot out our existence and all that. Now, of course, we all know what Yahushua, he is coming to do that, but they're going to deceive people to think that's actually for everyone involved. It's a negative thing. It's not a salvation type thing, which we know salvation is only for the elect of the nation of Israel. But a lot of people have the perception and the mindset that they can get saved, and that's what they want you in, because they want you actually antagonistic with the Savior of the Most High, not just us in this truth, not just Israelites, but they want everyone like that. Because once you get everyone to turn their back on the spiritual, their spiritual preference, you get everyone to turn their back on their spirit, on their God, then they become your God, and that's exactly what they want. And I want to get verse 20 as well. It says, "And the beast was taken, and with him the false prophet that wrought miracles before him, which he had deceived them that have received the MLB, and them that worship his image. These both were cast into the lake of fire, burning with brimstone." Like, notice it says deceive them. So, like as D-Ben and Apex were going into certain things that are going to cause deception in society. That's what it's all about. Even going into the beginning of this this live stream, we're talking about the juice amongst the kids. It's all about deception. It's all about drafting narratives to cause deception. It's all about mental and social conditioning, which causes deception. You know, that's what it's all about, because that's going to lead you into being deceived into taking the MLB when it can cast a certain society that's they can cast a certain society that's structured around your need and reliance on them. They can deceive you into taking whatever they want you to take for whatever reason, you know, considering the societal circumstance. Going into as D-Ben got up on here with the trucker protests and whatnot. Now we know all the food shortages and the famine that's coming in society. When food is at a minimum, when food is at a is a luxury, you know, and certain things like that, that creates reliance, and that's why they bringing in certain self-induced famines and whatnot to create. That's one of the reasons. It's to create reliance within the people, because when you need them to survive, that's the position they want you in. When you need them to survive, and ultimately that's going to come upon the people of the world who are not getting protected by Yahweh Shem Shah, because we know, pursuing Isaiah the 65th chapter, and other scriptures in the Bible as well, that the elect is going to be fed. Not saying we're gonna be living it up, but we are gonna be fed. Lord will of that number. We are gonna be fed when the world is starving. That is gonna happen for the elect. But for the rest of the world, they're gonna be starving. So what's that's gonna cause? Dependence, reliance, and need. And that's where they want you, because then you're at a prime mental state for deception. You know, you struggling, you need this, you need that. Next thing you know, fuck, I might as well just submit, and that's where they want you to be. And that's going, like I said, that ties into the war in heaven as well, because then, you know, when Yahweh does return, and when the scene and when it's being shown worldwide in mass, that what the church, what the so-called UFOs actually are, and they're showing more propaganda against them and drafting war plans and whatnot to stop what they're going to cast as an alien invasion. Then they can convince you that that's here to harm you, but they're here to protect you, casting Yahweh Shai as your enemy and them as your God.
Hey
I
man,
want to make a point from
again,
Swift's
Apex hear
earlier
me?
point.
No, you
A
can't
You might
hear
not
you.
be able
couple.
to hear me.
You
Oh
can't hear
wow.
me?
Hey, can you hear me,
Can you hear me?
Apex?
Now, Apex can only hear me, bro. He can only hear me, bro.
I can only hear Swint, man. That's the only person I can hear on this genre.
Hey, that's fine. That's
Oh
fine.
dang.
Esau
Yeah,
playing
you
games.
I can say my point. Is it okay if I can say it?
Yeah, go ahead. Go
I'm
ahead.
straight, right?
Go ahead. Swing, give him a go ahead.
Yeah, you
All
good.
right.
You good, bro.
All right. So to kind of go off not only this precept that Swin kind of talked about, but also the other precept, I want to kind of get into Psalms 49. I want to start with 3 and kind of work my way down. It says, "My mouth shall speak of wisdom, and meditations of my heart shall be of understanding. I incline my ear to a parable. I will open my dark saying unto the harp. No, sorry. I will open my dark saying upon the harp. Wherefore should I fear in the days of evil, when the iniquity of my heels shall compass me about? They that trust in their wealth and boast themselves in the multitude of their riches, none of them can by any means redeem his brother, nor give to Yahweh a ransom for him. For redemption for of their souls is precious and is cease forever. He that still live forever and not see corruption, for he seeth that wise man die, likewise the fool and the brutish person perish, and leave their wealth for others. Their inward thought is that their house shall continue forever, and their dwelling places to all the generations. They that call their lands after their own names. Nevertheless, man being in honor abideth not. He's like a beast that perish. This is their way. This is their way. Is they folly. Yet their posterity approves their saying. Salah. So to kind of build off the point of what these brothers talking about, their reliance upon the system is not only going to weaken them on such a level, but it's going to create a state of delusion. Because keep in mind, without the Most High, this is the only paradise they know. And as a result, they're going to be trying to push us brothers in the truth, those who have the spirit, because we represent that resistance. We represent that birth of the new world. What does it say? Let me see if I can get out. I can't remember the precept, but it said that Esau's the end of the world and Jacob's the beginning of a new one. As a result, in these scriptures,
2nd Ezra 6 and 9.
2nd Ezra. Oh, okay. Well, let me get that. You said 2nd Ezra 6 and 9. Let me get that out.
Yep.
2nd Ezra 6 and 9. Just give me 1 second. 2nd Ezra 6 and 9. All right, great. All right, I'm gonna start on to 8 of chapter 6 of 2nd Esdras. No, wait. No, I'm starting on 7. Then answered I and said, what shall be the parting asunder of times, or when shall be the end of the first, and the beginning of it that followeth? And he said unto me, from Abraham unto Isaac, when Jacob and Esau were born, of him Jacob's hand held first the heel of Esau. For Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob's the beginning of it that followeth. For the hand of man is betwixt the heel and the hand. Other question, Esdras, asked thou not? So pretty much this scripture, this precept, kind of talks about how Esau will prophesy the end of the world, and the charagma, in a sense, is kind of that end goal. But the thing is, it's going to lead you by the heel. He's going to make it seem as if you taking this is going to have an everlasting kingdom. More so, you know how they talk about in those future movies, Blade Runner, iRobot. They're trying to use these means of media to program you to think that there's going to be a technological advanced society. Maybe there is, maybe there ain't, but it's going to be a godless society. It's going to be a society without Yahweh and Yahweh Shai. And with that, you will have no hope. You will be trapped. Why do you think they have the metaverse and these PlayStation VR, Xbox VR systems? They're trying to prep you to get you into a mindset where you're going to be so tuned into the system that you're going to be turned out of your own spirit, your own inherent blessings by the Most High Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai. Of course, this is for the people, Yasharallah, those of the 12 tribes of Israel, of course. This is not for the outsiders, the Gentiles, but nonetheless, those who are of this spirit, those who are of the bloodline, you know what I'm saying, we have a chance at salvation.
God.
Facts. Man, y'all killed it. Because I gotta try to get in on the fun here.
You can go Sweat or D-Ben or
Kenton. It's going right now.
Yeah, y'all good though. Y'all killed it, man. I guess I gotta try to get on the fun here, but just to get to y'all points, because y'all basically made my point for me, but I'm gonna start with Proverbs 16:25. There is a way that seemeth right unto a man, but in the end thereof the ways of death. What does that mean? Like we was talking about the main point that Swint brought up with the truckers in Canada and the protests and stuff. That's a self like how Satan against Satan, the kingdom can't stand.
Yep.
That's a what do you say?
Self-induced.
Yeah, self-induced, self-inflicted famine. Because if you got the people up there in Canada protesting with the trucks and all this stuff, who's getting the food? Who's getting the water? Who's getting other important resources that humans need to survive? Nobody, because that's all stuck on the truck. While y'all up there protesting with your dumb American flags, your dumb Canadian flags, your dumb whatever other countries out there, who cares? But that's a self-inflicted famine that they're doing. So everybody's just tricking themselves into thinking that their ways of man is going to work when no, it's not. And I also want to get because you touched on the Antichrist, I want to get First John chapter 2, starting at let's say 18. Little children, it is the last hour, and as you have heard, the Antichrist is coming. Even now, many antichrists have come, by which we know that it is the last hour. They went out from us, but they were not of us. They had been of us, but they would not. They have not. But they would have continued with us, but they went out that they might be made manifest, that none of them were of us. But you have the anointing of the Holy One of Israel, by the way, and you know all things. I have not written to you because you do not know the truth, but because you know it, and that no lie is of the truth. Who is a liar, but he denies that Yahushua is the Mashiach? He is the Antichrist who denies the Father Yahweh and the Son Yahushua. Whoever denies the Son, Yahushua, does not have the Father Yahweh either. He who acknowledges the Son, Yahushua, has the Father Yahweh, the Most High also. So it's that simple. Like, you got to understand that there is no physical solution to this. You got to understand that this this solution is far beyond um human understanding, which means it's far beyond what you yourself can see, touch, and feel. As Hebrews 11:1 says, he who has faith in the things that are unseen, not seen, but unseen, i.e., things in the spiritual, not in the physical. So you got to have that understanding. And of course, as we know, the scriptures gives us that understanding of, well, as we need to know it from the physical understanding, from the spiritual understanding, because obviously we'll never have all the answers, because that's what the Most High is there for. But I want to get Habakkuk chapter 2. I'll just start at verse 2. Then the Lord answered me and said, write the vision and make it plain upon tablets, that he may run who reads it. For the vision is yet for an appointed time, but at the end it will speak, and it will not lie. Though it tarries, wait for it, because it will surely come, it will not tarry. For behold, the proud, his soul is not upright in him, but the just shall live by faith. So it's that simple. Yes, we understand that the scriptures gives us the understanding to have faith, but we got to believe it every single day. Because as you see, a lot of people are getting confused. You'll see Christians talk about this God's country and all this other mess. It's like, what the hell are these niggas talking about? Like, do these do they ever look up anything? Like, that's another thing that has to empower your faith. You got to do research, man. Like, I'm not gonna, we don't like this and other social media influencers on here like that, so I'll leave his name out of it. But as we were discussing the other night, dude was like, "Yo, yeah, this has to be God's country. It's based off of Christian values because every single president he puts his hand on the Bible. Like, you gotta know this, man. Like, how could this not be a Christian, a Bible-based country when presidents put their hands on the Bible?" And it's like none of these guys understand, like, like the hidden temples that's underneath like the White House and stuff that's meant to commemorate Osiris and things of that nature. Like these guys don't research anything. They just, I don't know, they just go into a church house every day and they just, sing songs or whatever religious temple they go into. They just sing songs and wear suits and just talk shit all day. Like, no, 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 no. You have your manual already. Yeah, it might be written in a coded way that you might not be able to understand the language right away, but you got to be patient. You got to continue to see stuff for what it is. Like you can't allow your human experience to dictate your understanding of what you're watching, because if you allow that to happen, not only will you not be able to truly see what's going on right in front of you, but most importantly, you won't accept it for what it is. You won't accept that the Most High is controlling all of this, the good and the evil. He's controlling the good script. Well, he's controlling the script from an evil and a righteous perspective at the same time, because it's a movie. You got to look at it like a movie. The Most High is the producer, he's the director, he's the writer, whatever, how you want to look at it. Yes, Yahweh Shai is the main star, the main protagonist, and quote unquote Satan's the main antagonist. That's true, but the Most High is controlling all of this. So once you accept that, it becomes much easier for you to pay attention to to the events that's happening for what it is. Not saying that it's an easy thing to do, because we all burden in this knowledge. Every day's not ideal per se if you want to go there. But we also understand that we got to keep our minds calm to things like this, because the average person, we got to be able to accept the gift that we've been given, because the average person will never be able to see what we see. As was it I was just looking at it. I believe it's in Mark, uh let the dead bury the dead. Is it Mark 9? Something like that. Hold on, let me see. Bury the
Oh yeah,
dead.
but while you finding that point, bro, that honestly, it's excellent points that you're bringing up in terms of like not putting your spirit too hard in the society. I'm not saying it's not important to look up information and be aware of what's going on, because I mean that's really the point of this video is today. Like as soon as Ken's done with his point, I actually want to get into this video about the protesting. But the main point is, like Kevin said, this is like a movie, so you kind of enjoy the ride, you view it for what
Exactly.
it is. But like once the movie's over, you leave the movie theater, and then in our case, us leaving the movie theater is being put back in rulership, being
Mm-hmm.
exalted, and being crowned, getting that immortality from the Most High and His Son. So that's really what you should be focused on. I mean, even in the scriptures, it tells us what: seek ye the kingdom and His righteousness, and
Mm-hmm.
everything else will be added on to you. So when you start with the scriptures first and get that understanding, then all this extra information is not going to be that hard to understand, man. But go ahead, Cam, with your point.
Yeah, and I want to piggyback off of what you just said, as the scripture says, set your treasures up in heaven. So is that understanding that just a bigger picture. You always have to, yes, you have to live each and every day, like the end is not coming yet, but you also have to keep the end game in mind, especially with all these signs. But just to not go too much further, Matthew 8 verse 22, where Yahweh Shai said to them, the apostles, of course, the context, I'm not going to go into all that, but it says, "Follow me and let the dead bury their own dead." So it's that simple. Like you have to understand that the average person is not going to be able to see what you're talking about. Because obviously, when it's talking about the dead bury their own dead, it's really talking from a spiritual sense, long before it's talking about from a physical sense. So there's going to be hard times coming. There are going to be famines and self-inflicted, whether self-inflicted or not. You know, we'll get to the other stuff about the armies and more of understanding of the beasts of the earth. This stuff is coming whether you like it or not. So it's like a roller coaster. You better, once you get on that ride, you're on the ride. It's too late. Once you go up that, we all know, I'm pretty sure we all rode on at least one roller coaster before. When you get up the hill, the setup, it's just going up the hill and shit. You already there. Like you can't get off now. You just better hope you got your seatbelt on. And that's what the scriptures serve as our manual to properly put on our seatbelt and hold on tight. Because once the roller coaster starts, hey, it's going it's gonna be some shit. Telling you, it's gonna be some shit. But if you got that seatbelt on, i.e. the spiritual understanding of Yahweh Hashem Yahushai, then one would think you'll be fine. Of course, not Yahweh nor Yahushai. So I can't give you that. I can't guarantee you nothing. But you know, hopefully that's your best shot. That is your best shot to be able to survive all the bullshit to come. So I'll just leave it at that for now.
Con. So let's go ahead and get this video. For you brothers who don't know, there is truckers right now are protesting across the U.S. and Canada, that like border area. So a lot of those states that border like Montana and Wyoming and like North Dakota and shit, like those states that border Canada, they're kind of protesting over the juice mandates. And of course, that's one of the it's actually the best way to say it is intentional. They're trying to get these people protesting and not working to force that supply chain issue, because I'm sure a lot of you brothers have been hearing in the news how it mentions, oh, there's a shortage of truckers, there's a shortage of truckers. That's actually not true. That's a narrative. What the real issue is not a shortage, is one, the high turnover rate of truckers, because I believe it's up to like 95% of truckers are being turned over, meaning if you were to hire 10 new workers, within like 3 to 4 months, 9 of them are going to be out of there. That, but also issue of docking, issue of taking merchandise off the boats and putting it into the dock, so then the trucks can come and then take the goods. That's the main issue, but we're going to get into that a little bit later. Let's watch this video first. Hold up. Give me a second. I fucked up. My bad.
Customers who need their goods shipped, and they rely on us to do it. And we have customers in Alaska that rely on us to haul stuff back. We have customers in Canada that need us to ship. And I'll tell you that the frequency of requests since this mandate went into place has increased substantially. Can you get me a truck? Can you get me a truck? No, we can't, but we'll try.
That's going on in Canada. I think it's infringing a lot of people's movements, freedoms. People are isolating way too much now, especially in Quebec. The mandates, passport mandates, is too invasive. It just goes against everything that we have known as a democratic people. We have never known this being having passport mandates.
I understand the pandemic it has taken many lives, but you know what? There's no reason to lose my freedom as well.
I think it's pretty silly. I think that definitely is pretty disruptive to the community, to kind of everyone nearby, for sure.
I mean, you can't lock up healthy people and expect them to remain healthy. Okay? So the children have not been in school. I personally believe that is wrong. We need to drop the mask, drop the mandates, and start living our lives again. We're fighting for freedom, my man. We're gonna keep fighting, Trudeau. You have nothing about Trudeau. We're gonna win. We're gonna defeat you, Trudeau. Freedom, freedom, freedom!
And these protests, this conversation has gone viral. Let's talk about how long it could last, this blockade at the border. And what will it take to find common ground between Trudeau and the truckers? Kendra Hems, president of the Trucking Association of New York, joining us now. So Kendra, bottom line here, the vaccine mandates are in place to help protect people against COVID. So knowing that this is being done for the safety of others.
I'll stop there because I want to get the main point. Y'all can just see how a lot of these truckers are really coming against a lot of the mandates are to come. And I just want to get one precept going into that point. So it's actually Matthew, the 12th chapter, starting at verse 25. And Yahushua knew their thoughts and said unto them, every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation, and every city or house divided against itself shall not stand. And if Satan cast out Satan, he is divided against himself. How shall then his kingdom stand? And the reason why I brought this verse up is because this is really where the society is heading. Not even just America, but globally. The powers that be, they've really come against their own race of people. They really, because before, in terms of like the oppression and a lot of the mandates and a lot of the schemes that they had on people, it was mostly against people of color and of course other regions across the world. This is really the first time where there's been such a massive global event, that's really affecting everybody. And a lot of these people aren't going to stand for it. Eventually, they're going to get fed up. A lot of those people who are protesting now, they seem polite, they seem nice, but when that famine hits and there's not a lot of food in the stores and the mandates increase in scope and size, when they're when it's getting to the point where you can't even go to a grocery store anymore without being juiced up, when people are fighting for food and necessities, a lot of these politicians, a lot of these governors, a lot of these mayors, a lot of these senators, the people going to turn against them. That's really basically Satan turning against Satan. And I believe there is one precept in Second Esdras that goes into this as well. But y'all brothers can go ahead. I'm just going to look up the precept.
Yeah, that's the spirit, because I was actually at that point right there.
I'll go ahead. Then.
Wait, hold on. Before y'all go, I just want to. Y'all know me. I love repeating the same precept over and over again. So I'll just repeat the last precept I gave. Proverbs 16 and 25. Once again, there is a way that seemeth right unto a man, but thereof are the ways of death. These guys are such idiots that they're up there with their own truck, with food in it, with water in it, and it's, well, not the water, obviously, but the food and all the other stuff is spoiling and all this other dumb shit. And then when all this stuff spoils and they can't ship it out, and now everybody has no more food or whatever, they go try to act like, oh, well, it's just because of the system and blah, 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 blah. It's like, no, because your stupid ass didn't do your job. But you can try to blame the system all you want, but all you did was just feed into it by allowing your shipment in your trucks to completely spoil because there's nothing but it had to be stuff that had to be refrigerated very quickly or however you want to look at it. So it's just as much y'all fault that we're in famines, just as much as it is the system itself who generated the, what would you call it, like the general idea of it in the first place.
And that's the importance of being unplugged from the system too.
Exactly.
And unplugged from the matrix, because it's one thing to have knowledge of what's going on. Like a lot of these so-called truther YouTubers, who got knowledge of the certain things that's going on, but they join these organizations and these groups to try to lobby and to, start organizations and get funding and money to try to, and like I said, lobby and power and whatnot, get in cahoots with people in high places to be able to change some of the laws and the M dates and to, fix some of the, oppression on their freedom as they perceive this society. Meanwhile, you never had no freedom anyway, but that's a whole nother point. But they try to draft these organizations to try to come back at the powers that be. Hey man, that shit is pointless and fucking vain. There's nothing you could do to stop this, but it's because why? It's because they're not controlling this, man. Yahweh Bashim Yahushua is controlling this, man.
Thank you.
These politicians are pawns for the elite bankers, and the elite bankers are pawns for the Most High.
Exactly.
So ain't nothing that you can do to change
that damn path, man.
Exactly.
They be talking to them demons, and them demons be like giving them what they want, but at the end of the day, hey, they gonna collect, and it's gonna be your ass when Christ comes.
Exactly. Let me get one more before y'all go. Hebrews 11, third. Oh wait, hold on. Hebrews 11 verse. Hebrews 11 verse 20. By faith, Isaac blessed both Jacob and Esau concerning things to come. It's just that simple, man. We've talked about this before, but it's basically at this point, because a lot of people are just extras. At this point, it's basically the quote unquote elite of Esau versus the quote unquote elite of Jacob, or you want to say elect, whichever way you want to put there. That's fine, but you get the point. It's because it's a game of what do you call it? We're trying to win a game of 4D chess. meanwhile, most motherfuckers are still losing the game of eels and escalators. If y'all watch SpongeBob, y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. But you get the point. Niggas can't even win a game of chess. Like, it's just sad, man.
Yeah, and I was going to say, well, real quick, before you get into that precept, just to focus on the trucking issue as is. I also mentioned earlier how it's not just limited to the trucks on the road. It really has to do with the docking issue, the dock workers. So I just want to play a short video. It's about 2 minutes long. We'll just let it play, and then you can go ahead and cook, Nick.
Come on.
All right, let's get it. Hopefully,
And tonight we're examining what's behind the bottleneck at the nation's ports. CBS's Carter Evans goes in depth with a rare behind-the-scenes look at just why it's taking so long to get merchandise off of cargo ships and onto store shelves.
To truly understand the supply chain logjam,
Nobody knew who we were. Longshoreman, what is that?
you have to start at the docks. Ramon Ponce de Leon represents the 14,000 longshoremen at the ports of LA and Long Beach.
Because there's no space in the yard, there's not that much we can offload.
You have nowhere to put the containers when they come off the ship.
That's correct.
That's because containers still waiting to be picked up are taking valuable space.
This massive cargo ship holds about 5,000 containers. Normally, there'd be 4 to 5 cranes just like this one, unloading as fast as possible. But today, there are only 2.
Crane operator Ricky McRae makes the daily ascent to his cab 14 stories up, but he says his container count is down more than 20%. When people say, why aren't the dock workers moving faster? What are you thinking?
By the way, I feel like I'm the bad guy, first of all, but I tell them we're doing our part, we're doing our best.
He could easily unload faster if there were somewhere to put the containers. Why aren't there trucks lined up for miles to pick up all this stuff to get it out of here?
I suppose they don't have a place to put it because the container has become the warehouse with just-in-time delivery.
Just-in-time delivery is a cost-cutting strategy to import merchandise only as needed, reducing warehouse space. But that backfired with pandemic shutdowns.
You may think these trucks line up and pick up the first load available. That is not the case. They are here for specific containers, and sometimes they're in the middle of the pile.
It's like a giant game of Jenga. Move 4 containers until you get to one on the bottom. Is that common?
Yes, it's very common.
Just for one container?
Yes.
And this year, dock workers expect to move a record 20 million containers through these ports.
We have family that lives here and needs the same things any other American needs. And we have skin in the game because, quite frankly, we're going to be paying the price for any costs that are raised as a result of this congestion.
Now, some of these containers stacked up here at the port are actually empty. And today, California Governor Gavin Newsom said more ships are coming to get them out of the way. He also says he's looking for vacant lots to park some of these containers so it can give longshoremen room to do their jobs. Nora?
You really explained it so well, Carter Evans. Thank you.
Yeah, and honestly,
Good evening, and thank you for joining us on this Friday night. We have a lot of news to bring you, including some breaking news that people in politics thought.
yeah, my bad. But honestly, the one point that I wanted to bring out, just coming to that, you see what the main issue is that everything's too instantaneous, everything's too fast, everything's too frenetic. So when there's even a pause or a stop, the shit completely collapsed. As we saw with the video over there, like we just watched. What was the issue? Next day delivery, instant delivery. The fact that only certain items were getting picked up at a certain time, as opposed to everything in order. Of course, that was working fine at first when the economy was moving full speed ahead, but that short pause destroyed everything. And when you think about it, that's really applied to almost every industry. Every industry has basically not recovered since the pandemic started, because every industry was essentially, they were used to moving at like breakneck speed, getting their workers to move at a fast, quote unquote, efficient and robotic pace. So when there was a quick pause, it's an equivalent to like short circuiting the system. And that's really what's happened in the society. The society is really like, there's like a screw missing or like a cog loose and everything's starting to falling apart. I'm sure a lot of you brothers have noticed. You go to grocery stores, you go to restaurants, you go to fast food, you call certain, maybe like UPS or some type of customer service place. There seems to always be an issue, whether the place is understaffed, the items you want on there, you're on the phone for unusually long periods of time. And all of that is due to essentially that glitch in the matrix that happened when the economy was pushed on pause. It really fractured everything to a high degree.
Con, it had great residual effects that we're still feeling today, and we're not just feeling today, but we're gonna feel shit until Yahweh Shah returns. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? That's pretty much how it's gonna be. You know, and ultimately too, you know, you think about it, like that's the whole setup of you know self automation and you know robotics and things of that nature, basically taking over like they convinced people that that's a better option because it takes away the human error aspect of things. But they like the way Esau looks at things is human bad, robot good, human bad, machine good.
Uh-huh.
You know, that's how they kind of view things. You know, eliminate all human error at all costs for this machine, this robot, you know, this automation that basically got everything on, you know, rerunning type shit. But like D-Ben was mentioning, if any breach happens in the system, the thing about human error is humans can also fix shit too. You know, when you got a robot programmed to do a specific thing, when it's not doing that or not working, everything falls apart. Everything from the top on down falls apart. When you got mass automation controlling a variety of various amount of industries, damn near all industries, when one glitch in the system happens, one break in the code, you know, one even with these like you look for example, certain websites and whatnot, if there's any kind of bug messing up the code and whatnot, a lot of the developers that work on the back end or the front end, they got to do something called debugging. But basically, what that is getting rid of all the bugs that are you know messing up the code and whatnot. You know, it's the same thing with these automation systems. You know, when if one small thing happens, you know they don't have nothing they don't have nothing to debug the system. Now, of course, when someone's working on a computer, they're developing code and software. When they have to debug, that's a human doing it. Human, so they can mess up the code, but they can also fix you know an already occurring problem within the code as well. It's the same thing with these systems. Humans can cause error, don't get it twisted, but humans also can fix the error of machines and of other humans. But when you take that out of the equation, now nothing's there to fix it. So it's a complete collapse, and it's a domino effect happening in a variety of different industries. And that's exactly what they wanted because that's going to assist and ushering in the tenets of the beast system, depopulation, by way of people dying and you know famines and shit like that, of reliance and need upon them, which is going to increase the need for social reform programs such as UBI, Universal Basic Income, especially once they get rid of the dollar, and also you know get people to be locked in step with the collapse of the what they'll call the natural occurrence of the collapse of the physical dollar for the digital dollar. But that's a whole other topic to break that down and further notice. But all those things are, you know, with the automation and whatnot, with the you know, certain systems being set in place that are run on and you know, process based off of machines and robots. That's all been set in place over a period of time to cause what's happening right now. That great one big you know, event that caused catastrophic effects, signaling and putting basically putting like a charger battery into the collapse. You know what I'm saying? You know, kind of just pinpointing everything into that direction. You know, like I said, you don't have the human error. You have the human error part of it, but you also don't have the human fixing part of it as well. And you need both of those to have something running effectively. But Esau doesn't, you know, work on that. Esau works on, you know, now, and that now has consequences. When that now can't now anymore, what are you gonna do? Now you shit out of luck, and we're seeing the results of that right now. But
Hey,
yeah, go
well,
ahead.
I want to say, in a way, that's true, but hey, a lot of people ain't gonna be paying attention because they're gonna be too busy with that goddamn VR metaverse technology on
That's
their
true.
faces and stuff. They're gonna be thinking that they gonna die because they're gonna be thinking that they gonna be they eating ice cream or something when they actually eating like dirt or grass and dumb shit.
That's true. That's
They
true.
gonna be
That's true.
delusional, man.
That's true. And you know all them distractions right there as well. That's one thing. That's one thing the metaverse is going to provide is a distraction away from what's going on in everyday life. Basically, a format of escapism. You know, and now they're taking the distraction from physical distractions in the world, where they distract you with sports, with you know, don't get it. There's nothing wrong with that. I like all of us brothers. We watch sports. Ain't nothing wrong with it. You know what I'm saying? But it does serve as a form of distraction if you're not also focused on the bigger things at hand. It can serve as a form of distraction if you idolize it, which most people do. Most people who involve themselves in entertainment idolize certain forms of entertainment. That's the problem. It's the idolization of it, not the entertainment itself. It's the idolization of the entertainment. But that idolization is meant to serve as a distraction for what's actually going on. Now they're taking that from a physical distraction to a virtual distraction. And the thing about it is, that's going to be a much better solution for most people, because the virtual distraction can be whatever you want it to be, and when it's whatever you want it to be, and it's you liken it unto whatever that you feel at the time, you can always be distracted by it, because it's always going to provide you a feeling of bliss away from the current reality of the world, which is going to be set in destruction. They're going to be set in turmoil and plagues, man. But I want to go ahead and get this precept. I'm going to get this one real quick. Then I'm going to go to that earlier one that me and Deben were speaking on. But this is the book of 2nd Ezra, chapter 6. And I'm going to start at verse 18. But I'm going to go down to verse 22. 2nd Ezra 6 and 18. And it said, behold, the days come that I will begin to draw nigh and to visit them that dwell upon the earth. So like I said earlier, this is all being instituted by Yahweh Shem Yahushua, man. So that's why it's so important to unplug yourself from the matrix. Unplug yourself from the illusion of, rights and freedoms and, the Constitution and all that shit, man. This is important to unplug yourself from the American dream and the American hope. Not saying there's anything wrong with engaging yourself in certain goals that you have. There's nothing wrong with doing that. In fact, you should do that, because that keeps your mind active and keeps you busy. We don't get into a spell of laziness. But you have to be able to place things in its proper perspective, though. Not put anything above the prophecies and the wisdom and the knowledge of the scriptures, man. That's what matters more than anything, because we know that the Most High, the one that we pray to, we reverence, he's controlling everything, man. He's controlling these supply chain shortages. He's controlling these docks and these being stuck and the ships and whatnot being stuck in the ocean. He's the one controlling how much manpower they have operating the machinery. He's the one controlling the breakdown of the machinery. He's the one controlling all of that, man. He's the one that's controlling the dock issues, man. It's all being instituted by him. Ultimately, at the end of the day, But these high-ranking Edomites are just conduits. But continuing on, verse 19, and I will begin to make inquisition of them. I'm gonna start over, and will begin to make inquisition of them, what they be that have hurt unjustly with their unrighteousness, and when the affliction of Sion shall be fulfilled, and when the world that shall begin to vanish away shall be finished, then will I show these tokens. The book shall be opened before the firmament, and they shall see all together. And the children, I'm gonna go down to verse 22, just to get the point. And suddenly shall the sown places appear unsown. The full storehouses shall suddenly be found empty. So that's the point right there, is that the Most High controlling all the certain things that and the certain mechanisms and patterns and whatnot that control the operating systems of society. He's controlling the demise of all that, man. Why? So that the storehouses can be empty, man. Basically, that's going into your Walmarts, your Krogers, your Aldis, your Publixes, and whatnot, your Targets. They're all gonna be empty because of these certain things that's going on right now. And it ain't like it. And the thing about it is, these people who are sitting there protesting and fighting the power and got the signs and joining these organizations, these anti-jab organizations and Facebook groups and all that to try to get lobbying power and all that. That shit ain't gonna do shit, man. Because it's not gonna make a change. This is not gonna automatically overnight just come back to you. You heard the two men that were speaking in that video, man. You saw all the cases that were still stuck there that are gonna take months and months and months and years to be able to get out of there, man. That's not even mentioning all the ships that are still stuck in the ocean, man. It's gonna take years to get that shit out of there. It's not, and increasingly as these end dates increase, more and more truckers. More and more people are not going to even join the trucker industry to begin with, and more people are going to get turned over, man. So this is not going to get better. This is only going to get worse. And that's not even to mention when they date the thing to be able to even get in grocery stores. So it's only going to get much worse from here on out, man. But and that's going to lead to this. This is the book of 2nd Ezra, chapter 15, and verse 15. For the sword and their destruction draweth nigh, and one people shall stand up to fight against another, and swords in their hands. So as Deben was mentioning when he was showing that video and that clip of the Canadians protesting at the border and whatnot, the truckers protesting, talking about their freedoms and their rights, and the government is encroaching on their freedoms and all that. Yeah, they're speaking in an aggravated tone, but they're not coming in malice. They're not coming with a malicious spirit. They're coming with a spirit of, I want to work with you to change, not I want to take you over. It's going to come to a point where they come in, I want to take you over spirit, because it's going to get that bad. See, they still have a slither of hope. They still got a slither of hope that's why they out there protesting, because they think in their mindset, they think that they can actually affect some change. They think that by them protesting, by just getting enough people to show up, and enough people to write a sign and scream and yell and say F Trudeau and all that in Canada, they think enough people doing that is going to make a change. But when they realize that all their efforts are null and void, that's when they're going to get upset. And that's when they're going to go out guns blazing, because then they're going to lose the concept of hope. See, when you take hope away from a man, all hope, when a man is at the point where all hope is lost, he's liable to do anything at that point in time, because now he feels like he ain't got shit to live for no more. That's the importance of being in this truth. Because while we see, that's why I stated earlier that you got to have understanding of why the world is going into destruction, why we're seeing these plagues happen upon the earth. It's not just enough to recognize it from a 3-dimensional aspect or 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional aspect. You got to recognize it from a 4-dimensional aspect. What is a spiritual component as to why this is going on? Because that's the only thing that's going to keep you mentally stable, man. That's the only thing that's going to keep you away from losing hope. See, when these people, these patriotic Canadians and these patriotic Edomite Americans, it's gonna get to a point where they don't care about their government no more. It's gonna be all out anarchy, man. They don't care to hold a sign at a protest no more. They're gonna come out with them AKs and them Rugers, man. They're gonna be shooting, man. That's what's gonna happen. And this is gonna be this right here. It's 2 Esdras 15 and 16. For there shall be sedition among men, and invading one another. They shall not regard their kings nor princes, and the course of their actions shall stand in their power. What's not regarding your kings or your princes? Man, we read earlier in Revelation 19 chapter, going into the kings of the earth. That's not regarding the elites of this society, man. Now, of course, they're not gonna touch the actual elites. I mean, they ain't gonna touch the puppets either, but they're gonna attempt. They're not gonna regard the words of the puppets of the kings of the earth, the puppets of the elites. They're not regard the words of Biden, of Kamala Harris, of Justin Trudeau, of Donald Trump. You see how Donald Trump constituency is turning on him right now, because he's talking about the other thing, man. He came out. What'd you say?
I said they don't fuck with him no more, at least for now.
Yeah, at least for now, until he makes another grand run. If this society's still around, they'll pop back out for a little bit, especially his hardcore constituency. But a lot of them is turning their backs on him, man. A lot of them is saying, I should have never been down with Trump. I knew he was gonna turn into that, because they believed in the false bravado and the false hope, and they believed in the image of Trump, not Trump the actual person. They believed in the image of Trump being the one who's I'm gonna use their terms, coming against the Illuminati, and Trump is coming against the elites.
The deep state. The deep state. MAGA.
They believe that bullshit, man.
What that nigga? Damn, we should be missing YouTube. I would just say, what that nigga Imrek, that lady that used to be on Imrek TV, she was like, they come against these Chesters. They come against these Chesters. Shit funny, dog. They come against those.
All that shit.
She from New York and shit, so she says real rough. She coming to these Chesters. These Chesters.
But that's the thing. People joking about it right now. They say things. They're serious, but they still say it with a tongue in cheek, subliminal. It's subliminally still tongue in cheek when they say things. But it's gonna get to the point where that subliminal tongue in cheek shit is out the way, man, and they're gonna be 100% serious. And that's when they're gonna go out having no hope no more in America the Great and God's country and all that. When that shit is gone, and they see that basically the conservatives gonna think, which is a lot of people who work in these service-based industries. A lot of these people are Edomite conservatives. The people who get you your home goods, people who get you your grocery stores, the people who build things and whatnot. A lot of these are conservative Edomite men. Now you got a lot of Jakes in there too, but majority of them is conservative Edomite men. When they tired of it, ain't gonna be no shit in your stores. Ain't gonna be no one to build nothing for you. Ain't gonna be no supplies, no home good supplies in your stores because they gonna be tired of it. They're gonna be done. And not only are they not gonna be doing their job, but they're gonna be acting on the opposite end. They're gonna be doing their very best to try to bring on their own impersonation of taking down the system. And that's going to come through civil war, man. That's ultimately going to come through civil war, but it's going to come through little small conflicts popping up, man, where they can believe that they're inflicting some sort of change because of how divisive they're going to be. And that's what's going to come in the society that we headed into, man.
And it's funny, Charles was going to make another point when that end time comes. A lot of you niggas who be watching a lot of them, survival white dudes in the bunkers and shit, thinking you got to load up on guns. I'll tell you this: when them white boys change, you ain't gonna be able to buy bullets either. Shit, nigga, you gonna be
about all that shit.
But
all that shit gonna be gone.
But yeah, I just wanted to read a quick precept just to add on to what Swoon was bringing out in 2nd Ezra, the 15th chapter. Might as well go to the 16th chapter because we've already read what's going to happen in that time period. But the 16th chapter is going to, go over the mindset that we should have, and then we'll hit on to the real meat with Gog and Magog. Okay, so this is 2nd Ezra, the 16th chapter. I'll start at verse 37. Behold, the plagues draw nigh and are not slack, as when a woman with child in the 9th month bringeth forth her son, with 2 or 3 hours of her birth, great pains come past her womb, which pains when the child cometh forth, they slack not a moment. Even so shall not the plagues be slack to come upon the earth, and the world shall mourn, and sorrow shall come upon it on every side. This is the beautiful thing about scriptures. When you read it precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little, there a little, you're able to connect everything throughout the book. What's written here in 2nd Ezra is what I read earlier in Matthew, the 24th chapter, about the rumors of war and pestilence and disease and death. What the precepts that Swin was really reading early in Revelations. For all you brothers who've read all the prophecies of Isaiah, Jeremiah, Hosea, all those brothers who've been talking about the day of the Lord and the judgment that come, it all ties them together. But let me continue on. Oh, my people, hear my word, make you ready to thy battle, and in those evils be even as pilgrims upon the earth. He that selleth, let him be as that he that fleeth away, and he that buyeth as one that will lose. He that occupieth merchandise as he that hath no profit by it, and he that buildeth as he that should not dwell in it. He that soweth as if he should not reap. So also he that planteth the vineyard, as he that shall not gather the grapes. They that marry, as they that shall not get no children, and they that marry not, as the widowers. And therefore they that labor in vain. For strangers shall reap their fruits and spoil their goods, overthrow their houses and take their children captives. For in captivity and famine shall they get children. And they that occupy the merchandise with robbery, the more they deck their cities, their houses, their possessions, and their own persons. Now, this in general, this can be used, of course, we know prophetically it's talking about the last days, but this is just describing what happens during a siege.
Yeah.
You folks who don't know, it's been a long time since the United States has had to honestly experience siege warfare, probably since like the Civil War, honestly, since siege warfare was implemented. When that time comes, a lot of people are going to be changed. A lot of people are going to be destroyed. And it actually reminds me, for any of you brothers who've read the writings of Josephus, he details in his writing the destruction of Jerusalem back in 70 AD, and of course the massive siege that happened during that time period, and how honestly depraved our people were, to the point where they were eating their children. Literally, the men would become like basically gangs and thugs and break into people's home and steal their food. If they said they didn't have food, they beat them up still and keep searching the house. Like those days are coming when assuming we're around when that shit happens. Those days will come where motherfucker will break into your home looking for food or water, because when shit really hits the fan, most people, because they don't have the spirit of the Most High on them and they don't have the comfort of his word and they don't understand what the end game is, all hell gonna break loose. All hell is going to break loose, man. And I also, I'm sure a lot of you brothers noticed why I put up Hitman's comment about don't forget about the miracles and the Neuralink. The reason why I had that up there is just to tie into an original point that Swint brought up earlier about how you know how fast the society is going technology wise, and how when there's a little glitch in the system, everything falls apart. The thing with Esau, they're not going to blame the technology. They're going to blame the people, and they're going to double down on their mentality. So meaning what? We have to make the AI more responsive. We have to make the AI more intelligent. We have to make the AI able to react to certain react to different situations like a person would. And that's what the whole point of Neuralink is, and the metaverse, and a lot of these technologies that are happening. When you plug that shit in, it's going to read your biometrics, meaning your brain waves, how you react to certain stimuli, your thought process, and all that data is going to be collected so that the computers can think more like people. And that's the conundrum. Us, the people who get plugged into the computers like Metaverse and Neuralink, they're going to become more robotic. While on the other hand, the machinery is going to become more human-like. So it's really the coming together of two opposing forces to create basically a human robot hybrid, to the point where like there's not really going to be a distinguishing. You're not going to be able to distinguish the two. And we know that's ultimately the end game of this society, because for those of you brothers who don't know, this is a whole other topic if you want to get to the money system and how it works. Essentially, due to, I believe it's the 14th Amendment, America is basically a corporation, and every U.S. citizen is considered a debt slave. You're really property of the state. You're not really viewed as a human being. You're viewed as a commodity, as an asset. That's why you have a social security number, a birth certificate. Those are essentially like your bond number. Or like, you know, when you go to a grocery store and you scan an item and it has that code, that's essentially what your information is. It's a code to keep track of you as an asset. Your job is to bring in money to the economy that you live in. Of course, for now, they're giving you the illusion that you're a human being. But as time progresses and basically technology and humanity mix more and more, that illusion is going to disappear, and they're going to treat you just like they're basically the robots, man. And that's really what the end game is going to be.
I mean, to add on to like D-Ben's point, I saw a TikTok in regards to this. You can't hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you good. You good. So
Yeah,
you can hear all of us now?
Yeah, I can hear all y'all now. I have to leave and come back. But pretty much I saw TikTok, and they have several databases, and this is just in relation to the sauce. They have several databases in relation to the sauce of who took what, and you have this Edomite who's a part of the army showing like, okay, all these databases, all these shits have people who've taken the vaccine as a result, and so they're going to make that the blueprint for the charagma.
The juice, brother, the juice.
Well, that too, but the end goal is going to be the charagma.
No, you saying the juice in regards to the V word,
the jab.
Yeah. So what? Yeah, it starts with the juice. They already have these databases for the juice. They're like machines that are kind of that glow blue. And the dude was kind of going around. There was like about approximately 6 or 7 of them in that room. And he's saying that this has everyone's information who has taken the vaccines. They're implying,
I'm sorry. Don't give my shit flagged, bro. Juice. Don't say the V word, nigga.
I know. Juice. Yeah. Essentially, for those databases, all those who have taken the juice are in it. So there might be a possibility that there might be microchips within the juice as a result. I'm not 100% sure about that, but there's a possibility.
And just add on to your point real quick, there's also another aspect of it as well, because I was actually talking with my dad with this a long time ago. This is something he was taught back in like 06, 07 when he was getting his master's degree, because he went to school for like international business. And they were teaching him back in 06 that the United States, in order to quote unquote combat terrorism, had developed a certain drug that when it was inserted into the person would essentially there's a certain part of your brain that gives you the ability to believe in a higher power. And the US, this is all the way back in 2006, had developed a drug that was able to neutralize that part of your brain so that you wouldn't believe in a higher power, and it would make you more docile, because that's what everybody understands. When you believe in a higher force and a higher power, you don't give a fuck about what a man is doing. You're not fearful of a man because there's somebody above that man who you know is going to work in your favor. So it's like you can do whatever you want to me. destroy my body, destroy my home, my family. But you know what? I have a Redeemer in the heavens who's looking out for me, and he's going to bring judgment against you for what you have done. So when you have that feeling, you're harder to control than a person who's an atheist, a nihilist, or a agnostic, and they think the only life they have is this life right here. But anyway, my dad was just explaining that to me, and he also mentioned as well, it could be possible that the juice has that element in it, but who knows?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
definitely a possibility within that nanotechnology, bro.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. I believe I saw a article on that a long time ago
Yeah,
that the microchip will be basically like a needle, like it'll be it'll be inserted to your body biochemically, like through like a liquid or syringe or however you want to look at it. I wish we had more information on that company that Chronicles of Jude did that breakdown on in what was that, Wyoming, whatever. I wonder how did they get their microchip, because that would give us a good insight on that.
Was it Wyoming or Wisconsin?
Whichever one, Wyoming,
It was
Wisconsin.
I think. Yeah.
Oh,
It was
okay.
like some small tech company that was.
Yeah.
I mean, but most likely they probably got it from overseas, like maybe because you know him man always be saying, I forget, he says there's certain countries in Europe.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
Sweden and Denmark, a lot of the Nordic countries, like
Right.
Finland and shit like that. A lot of them countries are pretty much 5 miles ahead of other Western countries, other Western society in regards to initiating the charagma amongst their people. Even this new company that came out with their form of a C passport. That was a Swedish-based company, and of course,
Right.
the C passport came in the form of a charagma.
Yeah, Sweden's on their own time. They just
Yeah,
they
those
just do
Nordic
whatever over
countries
there.
are miles ahead of the United States with getting that inserted in their citizens.
Well, yeah, that's because people have been more broken down than than we are in America,
Yeah.
man. Because no disrespect for them dudes, they probably the type who go to court after divorce with a smile on their face. You know,
I mean,
it's co-parent.
I mean, to kind of add on what D-Ben said, I remember back when I was kind of following Freeport's information and stuff like that. I remember like back in like 2017, 2018, 19, they already had articles of the charagma cited in Sweden.
Yep.
Mhm.
It's been out there for a minute now, and the whole demic and whatnot was the perfect excuse to implement that more amongst their society. But like you said, bro, it has already been out there. Shit, I know of someone
Yeah.
that's got it here in Georgia. You know what I'm saying? Like it's out there. Like people, there's different pockets of people around the country that got it. You know what I'm saying? But in America, it's still sparing. But in those other countries, especially that Nordic region, it's out there prevalently out there. Like you said, Apex, all the way back in 2017, they had different companies at these different markets and whatnot, and different companies that were making certain forms of the charagma, and they already had different systems set up and different apps set up in place. Because that area is a little bit more technologically advanced as well. They've already had different apps, and basically their society was adapted to that technology already prior to was already adapted to those technological advancements and whatnot. So when they brought it for a quote unquote protection for the demic, it was nothing to them people, because it's like, okay, well, our society's already adapted to this technology anyway, so it's not really a hindrance to my life to go ahead and get this, especially if it protects me against getting sick. That's how the people out there kind of view it. And that's how they're trying to train the American people to view it as well. That's why they ramping up the technological advancements in America, well, Western society, and specifically America, so that when they're ready to initiate it in full swing and bring it to the forefront in full swing, the technology around society already supports it. That's why they getting rid of the cash dollar. That's why they're getting everybody adjusted to doing things from apps and streaming services. They're trying to basically get rid of everything that's associated with the old guard and bringing everything associated with the new guard and the new way of thinking. And also too, it's like an icing on the cake that it helps that it allegedly protects you against getting sick with whatever different variant of the demic that's out there at the moment.
Facts. I want to before we move forward, since we did cook with like the end game and things like that. Let me add some more flavor to that pot real quick. I want to add Zephaniah first chapter, starting at verse 2. I will utterly consume everything from the face of the land, says the Lord Yahweh. I will consume man and beast. I will consume the birds of the heavens, the fish of the sea, and the stumbling blocks along with the wicked. I will cut off man from the face of the land, says the Lord Yahweh. I will stretch out my hand against Judah and against all the inhabitants of Jerusalem. Will cut off every trace of Baal, whichever false pagan deity you want to put there, your choice, from this place. The names of the idolatrous priests with the pagan priests, those who worship the host of heaven on the households, those who worship and swear oaths by the Lord Yahweh. I just want to end right there because a lot of people will say, well, that's just the Old Testament understanding. That's just Torah, baby. La, 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 la. Oh, really? Well, let's get 1 Thessalonians 5th chapter. Let's see what this says. The day of the Lord. Let's see what this says. But concerning the times and the seasons, brethren, you have no need that I should write to you, for you yourselves know perfectly that the day of the Lord so comes as a thief in the night. For when they say peace and safety, then sudden destruction comes upon them, as labor pains upon a pregnant woman, and they shall not escape. I mean, somebody tell me, doesn't that sound the same thing as Zephaniah 1 says? I mean, I could be wrong, but that sounds like utter destruction that's clearly given in both quote unquote testaments. So, I mean, you tell me.
I think you just don't understand the grace of Christ.
You know what I'm saying? Maybe by darkness they mean like semi-darkness. It's gonna be dusk outside. Maybe that's what they mean in the New Testament. Sun's gonna be kind of down.
God is love. Christ forgives, man. That was the Old Testament and the New Testament. Just believe and you'll be safe, man.
He loves everybody so much that he's gonna kill all the grass and the water, and he's gonna turn the water into blood. He loves us so much.
God changed his mind. That's their mindset. God's words are always true. It's because you try to tell them, well, the scripture said God is not a man in which he should lie. So are you saying he lied? Well, no, he didn't lie. He changed his mind. He realized that he started to have compassion upon all people and all nations, and he decided that because all the plagues are sealed, all the understanding is sealed. He decided to just put the seal on that, and not let any of that happen to the world. And just grace the world with his love. All that bullshit.
What did nigga Vocab say one time? Vocab said one time he was like, a Jew is a person that believes in Jesus Christ. I started laughing. I was like, what the fuck is this nigga talking about? I was like, what? Yeah, okay. I got you, bro.
I have a preset. I got two, but I'm gonna kind of go with the first one and then work my way down depending on how things go. All right, so it's Psalms. Do I want to use one or two? All right, I'm gonna go with one. I'm gonna just see how this goes. All right, so Psalms 1. Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of the sinner, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful. His delight is in the law of the Lord Yahweh, and in his law doth he meditate day and night. All right, I'm going to skip to this point. The ungodly are not so, but are like the chaff which the wind driveth away. Therefore the ungodly shall not stand in judgment, and the sinners of the congregation. Okay, maybe I should have stuck with Psalms 2. All right, I'm gonna just say this couple of sentences, and I'm gonna let you brothers get back on track with this. My bad.
Yeah, bro.
Why do the heathen rage? Yeah, Psalms 2. Why do the heathen rage? The people imagine a vain thing. Kings of the earth set themselves and the rulers take counsel together against the Lord Yahweh and against his anointed, saying, let us break their bands asunder and cast their cords from us. He that sitteth in heaven shall laugh. The Lord Yahweh have them in derision. Then shall he speak unto them in his wrath and vex them in his sore displeasure. Yet I have set my king upon my holy hill of Zion. I declare the decree. The Lord Yahweh hath said unto me, thou art my son, this day I will begotten thee. Ask of me, I shall give thee the heathen for thy inheritance, and the utmost parts of the earth for thy possession. Thou shalt break them with a rod of iron. Thou shalt dash them with pieces with the potter's vessel. So essentially, kind of goes into the point that that a lot of those who are non-believers, Gentiles in spirit, are have the spirit of ignorance on them. You know, the saying, ignorance is bliss. Because of that ignorant spirit, they're thinking by us combating the society through these mediocre means, these entry-level means, protests, things of that nature, calling out the man, boycotting our jobs, that they're putting a dent within Esau's system. Of course, the Most High is putting the spirit on them to make them believe they're doing such a thing. But in truth, all it's really doing is prepping up for Jacob's Travail, World War III, whatever have you. And when Yahweh Shah come in them chariots and select is elected, we're going to be bashing these heathens. Not, well, Lord willing, of course, because we don't know who are of the elect and who are of the 144,000. But whoever is going to be dashing these individuals who don't believe or who are heathens in spirit and flesh and blood.
Facts. I want to, because you said something in the beginning. You said, why did the heathen rage? Well, I want to piggyback on that because look what like we've been seeing so far, what they've been doing, especially with the truckers and stuff. Since they're heathen, either, physically or spiritually, or really both in that case, they're raging. You know what I'm saying? Because they think that their way of doing things is going to work because they're ignorant. Well, I want to get Proverbs 16, verse 32. He who is slow to anger is better or greater than the mighty, and he who rules his spirit than he who takes a city. The lot is cast into the lap, but every decision is from the Lord Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai. So it's that simple, man. You gotta you can't fall into rage, man. That shit. What's that saying? Blinded by rage. You don't want to be that, man. That shit kills, man. A lot of those people, they're gonna, like we said, they're gonna fall into their own trap. They're gonna push further. They're going to self-inflict their own famines or just feed into the overall famine that we're seeing. Like it's just not going to work what they're doing. But the average person can't stay patient. They can't be slow to anger. So they're not going to get any. They're not going to inherit anything, or not going to have any chance of inheriting anything, because their ways of man is just going to get in their own way at the end of the day. So patience is a virtue.
Yeah, that's why the precepts say too, as well. When the Son of Man comes back, when the Son of Man Yahweh Shah returns, who shall he find faith on the earth? And that's not even just going. Now, of course, we know started with the nation of Israel, and really, it's primarily directed at the nation of Israel, going to our nation of people, turning their back on Yahweh Shai. Going into Old Testament only Israelites who don't acknowledge Yahweh Shai to begin with. Two people who believe, Salat, who believe in the concept of the Father and the Son, but not in truth and sincerity as well. Maybe they may be Christians or Methodists or some kind of derivative of Islam and whatnot, and believe in some kind of concept of the Father and then a son prophet like a Muhammad, or they say Jesus was a prophet and things like that. That's that father-son dynamic, but just not in truth and fullness and in sincerity. When all hell starts to break loose and the plagues are not slack concerning the earth, and like as the scripture said, the plagues aren't going to be slack. They're going to just keep coming and coming and coming. That's going to cause a lot of people to lose faith, man, when they realize that the reforms, their provisions, they groups and all this, that, and the third that people are trying to formulate and structure right now to act as some sort of buffer and barrier, you know, to the incoming beast system, when they realized that basically was a flawed plan to begin with, and that never had any basis in real truth and understanding, they're just gonna lose faith completely, bro. And they just gonna give up. And I want to get this right here. This is the book of Hebrews, the 12th chapter and the 6th verse. Y'all going into y'all speaking on, touching on, you know, why did the heathen rage? Well, this is the book of Hebrews, chapter 12 and verse 16. Lest there be any fornicator or profane person as Esau, who for one morsel of meat sold his birthright. For ye know, this is the point right here, for ye know how that afterward, when he would have inherited the blessing, he was rejected, for he found no place of repentance, though he sought it carefully with tears. So that's gonna be the everyday heathen, man. That's not even just starting with Esau, but that's not even just dealing with Esau, but of course starting with Esau. But that's gonna be 2/3 of our people, because what Esau represents is the wicked. The wicked is 2/3 of our people in these other heathen nations. That's who the wicked is. So when the Son of Man comes back, and going into him not finding faith on the earth, that's going to be with basically the wicked, which is Esau, 2/3 of our people, and these other heathen nations, man. They're all classified as the wicked. Anyone who doesn't serve the Most High in truth and sincerity, according to the law, statutes, commandments of the Bible, and the faith in His Son Yahweh Shai, is wicked. That's just the fact of the matter, bro. It's no wiggle room around that, man. You are wicked, whether you think that you are a good person, or being a good person don't fucking matter, man.
Disclaimer.
There is no good person. When you understand that based on the scriptures, you're not a good person.
Exactly.
That's what really brings the peace in your mind. Because when you're so focused, like, oh, Francis, the Most High gonna do this, I'm a good person. You're not shit. In fact,
says who?
I even have the opportunity to have an understanding. I'm sure all the other brothers are as well, and you should be too. Because who are you? Like it says, I believe it's the 11th chapter. Who are you to question the Maker? Who are you to question the potter of the clay? You're nothing. But before we keep going on the precepts, because I already know once we start getting into this Russia shit, we're gonna start cooking. So I just want to play this quick video and then kind of expand on the whole situation, and then Ghetto, I'll also put the article you sent me about the military shit, and you can go over that because you're more aware of that than I am.
All right, bet.
For sure.
You see what this does?
Yeah, that's just a little short clip going into the issue that's going in Russia. So for those of you brothers who aren't aware, this issue between Russia and Ukraine, it actually goes all the way back to 2014. So the main issue was back in 2014, essentially Russia, and the reason why the U.S. is afraid of Russia invading now is because the last time they amassed an army this large was back in 2014, and they did invade. They actually took over an area or annexed an area. For those of you brothers who don't know what the word annex means, it's essentially you taking over a section of a country and adding it to your kingdom or to a part of your land. So they annexed a region called Crimea or Crimea, I believe that's how you pronounce it. But also in Ukraine, there are certain like pro-Russian troops. They're not specifically part of the Russian army, but they are pro-Russia within Ukraine, and they had conquered back in 2014. I believe it was called how do you pronounce it? The Donbas region. So those were the two regions that are essentially under Russian control, and this happened back in 2014. So the reason why the U.S. and a lot of the world powers are afraid is because, damn, they're amassing an army just like they did back in 2014. And just a quick summary of what happened in 2014. So yeah, Russia did what they did. In response, the United States and all the other powers of the world kicked them out of the G8 at the time. Now it's called the G7 because Russia is no longer a part of it. They also staged like military training in certain parts of Ukraine, and that was specifically NATO. You know, like basically what we saw in the video what Russia's doing right now, that's what NATO was doing in Ukraine back in 2014. Of course, at the time, Russia was upset about that. It really didn't lead to anything at that time, but then we could come to the year 2021, and then throughout the year, there was basically issues that are being reemerged, but specifically, like the main crucial point happened like later in 2021. So like around December, Russia basically they wanted to create like two treaties in order to like, you know, not really end the issue, but kind of, you know, get a little bit of leverage. What they wanted basically, they wanted to make sure that Ukraine could not legally join the NATO, as well as like, you know, the amount of NATO troops being reduced from that region of Ukraine, because in Russia's eyes, they accused Ukraine as really not being a sovereign state and really being a puppet of NATO and the United Nations. So they had no respect for them at the time. So in their mind, they're like, you know what, we need to put something in law to kind of distance Ukraine from NATO. Of course, you know, the only reason why they want to do that is because less pressure for them and they'd have more sway in the area when there's not other larger powers combating them. They also wanted NATO not to, you know, to add any more members to their basically the North American trade agreement. They didn't, North American Trade Organization. They didn't want to add any more members to that group. So those were the two main things that Russia wanted to have accomplished. Obviously, the U.S. and the powers that be rejected that. So in response, you know, Russia's like, okay, you know, we're just going to get our troops on the border. We don't plan on invading. You know, we're just doing some exercises. Of course, that's just a proverbial way of them kind of swinging their dick around and kind of, you know, flexing their muscle on Ukraine. They might invade, they might not. Me personally, just understanding how militaries work and agree, in their mind, it'd be a waste of money, you know, doing all this training and having all this weaponry out and not doing anything with it. So an event is going to happen, whether it's major or minor. And I know certain factions of the U.S. government do believe that Russia might stage a false flag or a false attack. Think of something like, you know, like Pearl Harbor or like 9/11, where they might, you know, let an event happen to them where like, oh, Ukraine has attacked us and now we need to retaliate against Ukraine and attack. So something along those lines will happen. So basically, that's just a brief summary of the issue between Ukraine and Russia. Obviously, you brothers can do additional research on your own to get more of the specific details.
Well, I'll say this. That last part you said about the U.S. saying that Russia will stage a false flag. And this is one of the issues that's coming up. It's just so weird how, especially the media in America is. It literally is like, you know, I'm probably the only person here that's been watching a lot of TV and stuff, like actual like cable TV and stuff. So I watch MSNBC, then I watch a little CNN, and then I watch a little bit of Fox News. It literally is, it's like we're in a metaverse, like with just TV itself, we're like in a multiverse, because it's MSNBC and CNN is like a whole nother universe separate from Fox News. Because like MSNBC and CNN, they'll say that, oh, Russia's doing this, Russia's doing that, Russia's doing this bad thing, Russia's doing that bad thing. Then you'll go on Fox News and they'll say, American politics, they're the ones that's doing all this. They're the ones accusing Russia of all this. Russia's not doing anything, which for the most part is true. Like Russia's not really, because like you said, Russia is just going to sit back because I mean we're going to get into that more so with the articles itself, but everybody knows what Russia represents. So realistically, they're just doing their job and bringing more attention to Russia because when that stuff happens, it's like, okay, you were kind of made aware of it, but Russia is just going to sit tight because America's kind of doing their job for them when it comes to giving them attention and clout and things of that nature. But we'll move on. We'll get to that when we start discussing like what Russia has in the tool shed, so to speak.
Speaking on as well, what Russia has in the tool shed, because and D-Ben just put up the point that Messiah made about Russia and China, and Russia wanted the support from China. Now, I'm sure some of you brothers may know this already, but after the 24, as D-Ben detailed the 2014 Russia and Ukraine war / crisis or whatever, and after that process, and after pretty much all that went down, Russia pretty much teamed up, with China. Now, China didn't have major involvement in the war between Russia and Ukraine in 2014, but part of the agreement was that China pretty much couldn't ignore future conflicts. If there any other future conflict would come up, China pretty much couldn't sit, because that's what they did in 2014. Pretty much they sat in the back burner, played the point, what's going on, and whatnot, and did things based off of that, moved based off of that. But part of the pact that they made per se, of course, speaking toward the narrative and whatnot, but part of the pact that they made per se was that China couldn't completely just not get themselves involved in future conflicts and future foreign interferences and whatnot that are basically attacking Russia. And we know what the foreign interferences are, going to NATO and the United States. So when you got two big players, Russia and China, teaming up together, oh man,
that's deadly, man. And just a side note,
talking about two countries with damn near, 50%
billion people in it.
huge populations, but nigga, a lot of the percent of the world's population of the thermonuclear and
in terms of technology, they're up there as well.
The thermonuclear destructive power as well.
And we're going to touch on it a little bit later. That the fact that Russia and China have combined, or not really combined, they're trying to become better. Essentially, just
allies.
Allies.
Yeah, they're allies basically at this point.
It doesn't mean necessarily that China is going to be involved in this Ukraine issue. When it comes to technology, and also something I noticed in the article I was reading, when it comes to surveillance technology and security technology, meaning being able to track the citizens of whatever country you live in, that's one of the main things they're going to come together in order to improve upon as well. But we'll touch that a little bit later. So what I have here, this is just a map of Ukraine, showing this is the state of Ukraine, and these two areas are basically under Russia influence and control. Crimea, like I was saying earlier, was annexed, meaning it's basically a part of Russia now. Now this region right here that I mentioned earlier, I'm sorry if I can't pronounce the name, the Donetsk, it's Russian backed, but it's controlled by a separatist group, meaning it's controlled by Russia, but not really. So there's a separatist group in Ukraine. Think of it similar to how Hong Kong wanted to separate from China. It's a similar situation, but this group in this area, they want to separate from Ukraine, and they're supporters of Russia. Now, I'm sure there are probably some Russian agents that are mixed in there, to cause confusion and rile up the people to want to rebel. But this is basically what this region is. It's basically a region that's been liberated from Ukraine, and it's in favor of Russia, but it has been annexed by Russia, meaning it's not technically a part of the country that is Russia. Now, of course, like I mentioned earlier, the last time back in 2014, when Russia had amassed a troop as large as in the border right now, that's when they made that invasion in Crimea. So that's why all these countries have their basically their antennas up, because they're like, oh wow, is Russia going to try something again? And what makes what Russia is doing unprecedented is like this is really the only country when it comes to the major first world countries that's really invaded and taken over another region, at least directly, and not just through corporations and in the economy. Because most countries nowadays they're not allowed to really expand and take over other nations and regions. Now, of course, historically, this Ukraine region was originally part of Russia, and that's one of the disputes of why Russia wants to get that region back. But how basically the global government is currently set up, they don't want certain nations to be too large. So that's why Russia had to be broken up to a degree. Now, will they conquer the region of Ukraine? Probably not. But who knows? Who knows?
I mean, if they, I'll say this: if they make a conceded attempt, to pledge full force and to go full swing into attempting to conquer that region, I mean, United States and NATO have got to counter. They got to counter, and that's going to cause, or that's going to be what's going to be the push towards a full swing war. I mean, China. I mean, that's like Russia is not just going to be able to conquer Ukraine untouched. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit ain't gonna happen. There's gonna be some sort of war conflict that's gonna spew up out of it.
There's gonna be a conflict. I agree with you.
The US ain't having that.
Yeah, I agree with you that they're gonna have a conflict, but I'll say this right now. Whenever Russia is going to decide to, well, we'll actually get to that from like the from the charts and actually breaking down what everybody has or don't have. But I'll say this right now. I believe that if Russia went into conflict right now, they'll win. They'll get challenged, but they'll win. If they wanted the Ukraine, anytime they want the Ukraine, they can go get it. I'm just gonna be honest with you. But I mean, we'll get to that. We'll get to the reason why in a minute. But I'm just giving that basic statement based off of what I know about who has or what they don't have in the tool shed. That's all I'm gonna say for now.
That's what I'm saying. But they're not gonna be able to just go into that region.
Or it's not gonna be untouched.
Not have no pushback. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, it's gonna be some pushback. It's just gonna be a good show. Let's go with that. Yeah. It's gonna be a good show. It's gonna be a good show.
Honestly, when you think about it, the U.S. hasn't really had a good track record when it comes to invading a lot of countries, man.
Especially not in recent memory, no.
In recent memory, normally we run with our tail between our legs.
Yeah, like and then
go all the way back to Vietnam.
Exactly, and I'm gonna make this basic statement. We're gonna prove that via links or whatever. But I mean, at this point, Russia is the number one carrier of nuclear weaponry in the world, and I was surprised by that. But realistically, like. When you actually look at the chart, the only NATO country other than America that even has, I don't know, enough nuclear weaponry worth talking about is France, and it ain't nowhere near on that type of level. Like, America and Russia, they're in the thousands. I think France might have over like maybe 200. But we'll get to those details. Like it's a huge discrepancy. It's ridiculous.
So as you can see right here, Russia has over 6,000, US 5,000, and then everybody else is not even close.
It's not even close. Yeah. That's just awful, man.
And you got to think too. Russia want that get back from that Cold War too. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Going into the precepts where it say. In Ezekiel chapter 38 and verse 4, and I will turn thee back and put hooks into thy jaws, and will bring thee forth and all thine army, horses and horsemen, all of them clothed with all sorts of armor, even a great company with bucklers and shields, and all of them handling swords. So then now, but when we talk about Russia, we ain't just talking about Russia. We talking about Russia. We talking about China. We talking about all the other allies within that are going to be joining Russia. You got the Iranian region that's going to the Persians and verse number 5, and also the Northern African region as well. But I look at it like this: Russia is not just Russia. Russia is Russia and all its allies. Now, of course, you could say, well, U.S. is U.S. and all its allies as well, and that is true. But when you look at the nuclear capabilities and the thermonuclear weaponry and power, and also when you factor in China, you factor in the numbers as well. I mean, man, it starts to look a little lopsided.
It's not fair at all. I'm just gonna be honest with you. It's just not fair at all. I don't know if you'll get to that link, but there was one that actually a Newsbreak article that actually compared like present day nuclear capabilities between U.S. and Russia. It was less than that 5,000 up there. So I'm like, what the? I'm like, who the hell y'all been giving your nuclear missiles to? Like, what? That shit was like 3,000. It was like 3,700 some shit. I was like, hold up, that shit said 5,000 last year. Who the fuck y'all been giving your missiles to? Like,
And also too, factor in as well. We still got on now. They've kind of pushed this issue to the back burner, but you still got that ongoing conflict between the land of Israel and you know the Persians within that region, the Palestinians, rather say the Palestinians within that region,
Iran,
the Iranians.
Afghanistan, yeah.
Don't even talk about
Exactly.
the Palestinians. That's a complete joke, and the media is so disingenuous when it comes to that. For those of you brothers,
They
who
really
don't know
are.
the issue between Palestine and Israel. Essentially, on paper, they're supposed to be essentially working together to be like not one nation, but two people living in one region. But in reality, it's Israel slowly taking over the region and all the Palestinians being killed or pushed out. If you want to look up more information, look up something called the Oslo Accords. I believe OSLO Accords. That's you know, the basically the paper that was supposed to establish interactions between Israel and Palestine. On paper, it sounds good, but in reality, it basically allowed Israel to have more control in the region, and the fact that they have the U.S. you know backing them. You know, those people in the region are the Synagogue of Satan, and their elite control. Quiet as kept. The United States and other societies as well, you know, being the top bankers, owning a lot of the music companies, entertainment, obviously being the top wizards and warlocks. Because for those of you brothers who don't know, Masonry, or quote unquote, the Illuminati, they get a lot of their teachings from, what's it called? The Kabbalah. There we go. The Kabbalah, which is Jewish mysticism. So really, the race of people who call themselves Jews, really the Synagogue of Satan. And the reason they are called the Synagogue of Satan is because behind closed doors, they worship the pagan gods like Molech and Saturn, things along those lines through, you know, the work of basically the Kabbalah, which is really teaching ancient Babylonian mysteries with a mix of the scriptures, but really on a surface level.
And they mask it with being Torah believers, but really they're not Torah believers, they're Talmud believers. You know, very heavy venerators of the Talmud. You know, so that they have that
bastards.
Exactly, they got that covering, like they're a holy land, a holy people, and whatnot, because of how the majority of the world views them, and the sympathetic card that is casted over them amongst a lot of people in society as well, basically by you know the quote unquote anti-Semitic type talk and whatnot. You know,
shout out to Whoopi Goldberg.
Yeah, Whoopi Goldberg, all the shit that you know anyone that speaks out about them.
Nick Cannon too.
Yeah, Nick Cannon. What's that dude? That football player, Deshaun Jackson. You know.
Oh yeah.
You know all the any nigga who comes out.
You say they breath smell bad, your career is over.
Exactly. You can't speak about them at all. So they're casted
at
as
all
sort of a sympathetic figure amongst people. Oh, well, you got to remember the Holocaust and their history and all that. They, you know, Jews and black people have a lot in common. You know. Well, yeah, because that's who we are, nigga. That's why.
Ace went, be careful, you'll be next, nigga. Be careful.
The book had a lot of cameras because those are our forefathers, man.
Exactly. That's the humor of the Most High right there, because that's a common statement. They'll say, "Oh well, Jews and black people actually have a lot of in common in regards to the oppression and the captivity." Yeah, nigga, because we are the Jews, nigga.
Oh my god, bro.
Man, the Most High is so funny like that, bro. The Most High is
you know how easy it is, man. They always got to lie and steal and take your shit.
Exactly.
Hey, man.
With that increase in conflict over there in that area right there, and how that's going, and the different narratives they're going to draft up and muster, you know, to rise, and basically, when they like the restrictions and the sanctions they're going to put upon the quote unquote Iranian/Persian people, and you know what they cast as quote unquote Middle Eastern people in that region of the land right there, and also you know not just in that land, but also their homeland, and their home countries as well. With the conflict that's going to arise out of them areas right there. You read about the dragons of Arabia, the second Esdras, the 15th chapter, and all that. Now, those aren't directly those people. That's a different sector of the quote unquote Middle East. But basically, the spirit of just disdain for the Israeli population in that region and with who they tied in with and who they down with being America. That's gonna just increase the spirit of those of Russia. Being like, hey, taking over that as well. As the scriptures detail, allied with Persia, Ethiopia, and Libya, and then just that whole region right there, Gomer and Togomar, which is
Gaul and Meshach and all that.
Exactly, which is that that quote unquote Middle Eastern region. Not just we think about your Turkey and your Iran and places like that, but you got Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and all those other countries as well. That's all
types of stand.
Yeah, all the stands. That's all gonna be
all stands.
Nigga, that's all gonna be Russian, nigga. That's all gonna be. You can basically call that Russia because that's what they're gonna be down with militaristically. And
or as I like to call it, the Great Asian Super PAC. Great Asian Super PAC. You heard it here first, niggas.
Yeah, man. And you gotta patent that, bro, before someone go and jug that.
I know, right? But just get back to Twin's point, because he brought that up. I was just about to say that, so that's the spirit. Talking about the other allies. Because what inspired me to say a lot of like this idea of what we're talking about right now is coming from yes, he is a GMS affiliate, but he was on point with this one. So shout out to the channel of Judah Israel. He the one that brought this. He wanted to bring a lot of this stuff out. So I gotta give him his credit. He was right on this one. I just hate when he gives double honors to you know who, but we're gonna leave that alone. But
that's a big issue right now.
Yeah, that's just a big issue. It
ain't even giving double honors to the Apostle Great Millstone. If you don't acknowledge King Mashah,
I didn't want to say it today, but he said it, not me. But
King Mashah gonna rise again and be the king over us, man.
Hey, King Mashah, if you're gonna rise and create vengeance on anybody, go after Brother Malak. He said it, not me. I decided to leave you alone today.
I'm sorry, King David. I'm sorry, man.
Same thing, right? Fucking joke. But back to serious note, that is because we was talking about Russia and China. The thing about Russia and China is we know who they are and we know who their target is. Basically, we know that Russia's target is the Ukraine, and we know that China's target is Taiwan. Now, for different reasons, but we know that already. They've made it clear in the news, blah, blah, blah. Well, not from China's perspective, but especially Russia. But if you read a lot of articles, in the Middle East,
you got the Taiwanese president that's already came out and said that that Taiwan has no chance against any of the forces that China has to come up against them. They pretty much already conceded.
It basically, they're just because and here's the thing, because you could say that Ukraine's already succeeded in a way, because they know they stand no chance. And they don't know they stand no chance. They ain't got no nuclear weapons at all, except for France, and it's just 100. So what the fuck they gonna do? Nothing. And then by the time the U.S. even comes over there to help them out, it'd probably be too late. This shit, it's gonna be a lake of fire over there if Russia decides so. But that's the point. How come they haven't done it yet? Because they're waiting on the Middle East. The whole Great Asia, as I like to call it, the whole Great Asian Super PAC is all of that. Like when you look at the whole map of the continent of Asia, it's huge. It's all that shit. When you want to say Northern Asia, which is of course Russia and what was known as the Soviet Union, USSR, blah blah blah. Then there's Southern Asia, which is China, Japan, Taiwan, India. Is it Philippines? Am I not mistaken? Taiwan, Vietnam, blah 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 blah. All that shit. But then there's the middle part. Then there's the middle part, which is of course the Middle East. That's Asia too. So they need all those allies, which means 9 out of 10, they're waiting on the country that will be the most motivated to fuck up the land of Israel before Russia moves in on the Ukraine and China moves in on Taiwan. Because whenever they decide to move on it, they're going to win out anyway. So it's like, what are they waiting on? And even Biden says, depending on how they come into the Ukraine, we won't respond anyway. So it's like, what are they waiting on? And he already said that what's the leader of China's name? I forgot his name. But
something
Z
yeah.
XI something, yeah, Z something.
Yeah, I saw the news. I was looking kind of the semi, like the Newsbreak articles from January, and I just so happened to see that he's even said that Biden has already said that they're not going to interfere in no conflicts with China. They're not going to interfere with nothing in Taiwan. And I forgot what was the other thing. 'Cause they was talking about there was 3 main demands between negotiations between U.S. and China. I forgot the third one, but those were the other 2. So we already know they're not going to do anything. The U.S. is not going to do anything real like in a full sense. They're not going to do anything for real against China and Russia when they decide to invade their 2 targets. So the question is, what are they waiting on? Like they already have enough now to win any conflict. Because just Russia and China alone can win any conflict with anybody. So what exactly are they waiting on? 9 out of 10, they're probably waiting on the Middle East, because the thing that separates their alliance from a geographical perspective is the Middle East. Basically, that's the thing that separates them. That's the thing that separates northern Russia and of course southern Russia is of course the Middle East. They're still waiting for that, and then of course whatever the allies would be from quote unquote Ethiopia, whatever that would be. But that's what they're waiting on. They're mainly waiting on that conflict in the Middle East to flare up, because once that happens, then it's like, okay, well, let's go attack the Ukraine. Let's go attack Taiwan, because the U.S. is going to be too stretched thin, and that's not even mentioning the civil war that's going to happen in America, which is going to be on a whole nother level than any other country, because we got guns. Of course, not all of us, but in general, we got guns. So they're going to have to use some of their military personnel, whether it's soldiers, guns, tanks, nuclear missiles, in order to keep America under control.
Well, at that point, they're just going to bring out FEMA. At that point.
Yeah, I'm just saying, but they're going to have to use some of their military personnel, however you want to look at it, to control what's going on the inside of America, which is going to take away from the potential personnel that they could use to attack outside forces. So America's screwed, and they already know that. So it's like America's screwed no matter what. No matter how hard they try to win the war, they know they can't win, which is why it was some type of global peace agreement that they said they was not going to engage in nuclear war. And I thought it was like sometime in early January. I thought that was the weirdest article to me. Why would they come out with something like that? But now it's starting to click in my head that they know they would lose. Like, that's why they don't want to engage on nuclear war, because they know they will lose. Yeah, they'll try. Don't get me wrong, they'll try. I mean, it's like going up against Floyd Mayweather or something. Like, you're gonna lose, but I mean, why not try? Why not try? Why not make it a good show? But you're gonna lose though. You're not gonna win that fight. He's too good. He has too much tools in the shed for you to beat him. Now, of course, I'm just giving I'm not giving it's not an exact comparison, but you get the point. It's just not a winnable battle.
You're making up, because honestly, when it comes to nuclear destruction, it's really the mercies of the Lord that these countries haven't destroyed themselves.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
There have been multiple scares that have happened. I was reading a good book, for those of you brothers, it's called Who Rules the World by Noam Chomsky. A great book I was reading so far. It's been a while, so I'd have to look at it again, but I do remember in the book it mentioned that there was at one point where there was a scare where Russia, essentially an alert went off from Russia that some ballistic missiles were being launched into the airspace by the United States. at first they were going to retaliate with nuclear firepower, but one of the generals, his name escapes me, decided not to retaliate. Of course, that ended up being a scare and nothing happened. But if he had decided to retaliate that day, I believe it was maybe in the 80s or 90s, if he had retaliated at that time period, shit would have been over back then. So it's just letting you know that there's been probably multiple scares, not even including the one that I just mentioned. I apologize for not remembering the details. There have been many points in history where essentially a nuclear holocaust could have happened, but it didn't, because the Most High is saving those weapons for that great destruction, for that great basically cleansing of the earth. So just be grateful for the times we're in now, but also you have to understand this shit ain't gonna last forever. There's going to be a point where the weapons are released and basically shit gets real. Shit gets
Exactly.
really fucking real, man.
It's going to happen whether you like it or not. That's just the bottom line. I mean, look at this stuff. Like, I mean, just if for anybody out there, because obviously for those in this chat, y'all get it. But for those out there who might watch this video later on, whatever, just think about this for a second. The U.S. has, according to this chart, 3,700 nuclear missiles. We already know how deadly one nuclear missile can do. They have over 3,000 of them. Russia has over 6,000 nuclear missiles. For what? You know what I'm saying? One nuclear missile can pretty much wipe out any big city with this blast radius. Why do you need 6,000 of them? Why do you need 3,000?
For fucking Armageddon, nigga.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, just for people out there that think, oh, blah, 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 it's just a scare tactic. If they really have, would you think they don't really have this stuff? And if you really think they don't, and if you really do believe they have this stuff, for what? Like, why would they need this type of stuff if a conflict would never happen? What's the point? What's the point of having that many? Once again, one can destroy pretty much any big city, no problem. Like, completely annihilate it, turn it into dust. They have thousands. Like, come on. Do you really need that many to win any war? Probably not. Probably 50 would get the job done. You got you got 3,000, 6,000? For what?
And real quick, I just want to expound because when shit is on my mind, I have to find it. So I literally just pulled up the book that I was reading, and I wanted to get that quick excerpt, and I'll just read it to you. It was even more dangerous than that, as we learned in the fall of 2013, when the BBC reported that right in the midst of these world-threatening developments, Russia's early warning systems detected an incoming missile strike from the United States, sending its nuclear system onto the highest level alert. The protocol for the Soviet military was to retaliate with a nuclear attack of its own. Fortunately, the officer on duty, Stanislav Petrov, decided to disobey orders and not report the warning to his superiors. He received an official reprimand. But shit, and rather that reprimand than World War III, and who knows, maybe that brother, might have been the CIA in disguise. Shit, who knows?
Hey, AD, man, you said it was that was in 2013?
Yeah.
Hey, man, what do all those numbers add up to?
Oh shit.
We're 9 years later, and now all the numbers add up to 6 again. I'm just saying that might have been a false flag.
In the year of 666 too.
I mean, just I don't know. I don't know. We got what 10 months left. Better get your popcorn ready. Get your popcorn.
That's the thing about this, because when you go into Armageddon and World War III, or the concept of, I don't want to say the concept, I don't want to diminish it to a concept, because it is going to be an actual physical event. But when you go into all the things that are going to lead up to World War III, and the concepts that are going to be played out within the world, in terms of the narratives that are going to be played out within the world, that actually, because I like to mention this oftentimes when I speak about narratives, because narratives dictate the pace of society. Narratives dictate the pace of, you know, how the masses of people perceive the ebbs and flows of society, and how they program narratives dictate how the elites program the people to view certain events that happen in society. But those narratives, they're yes, they are narratives, and narratives can be pushed or can be diminished depending on what they want to propagate within the world. But the effects of those narratives are going to be 100% real, 100% real. So World War III is going to happen. Now, whether you know, in terms of how much of this is real, how much of this is narrative driven, who knows? We'll see. We'll see this year, and we'll see in the upcoming years, however long this lasts, how much of this is actually based upon real hatred and real disdain between the nations, and how much is based around this these leaders, these so-called leaders of these countries and whatnot, being basically puppets for the international banking families and the big international banking corporations. We'll see how much of this is quote unquote like real and authentic, and how much of it is fake and narrative driven. But like I said, it doesn't really matter in terms of the effects, because the effects, whether they be narrative driven or driven out of or derived from real hatred between the nations, the effects are going to be 100% real, and they're going to come out of nowhere as well. Just like how a lot of things are going to come out of nowhere, dealing with the Most High and His Son and whatnot. But I want to get this right here as well. This is the book of Revelation, chapter 16 and verse 15. It says, "Behold, I come as a thief." So it says, "Behold, I come as a thief." So this is going into Armageddon, which is the Valley of Jehoshaphat. The setting, basically the setting of World War III. That's the word of all wars, the third woe in Revelation, the 11th chapter. But it says that's that time period. It's gonna come like a thief. But I'm gonna continue. "Behold, I come as a thief. Blessed is he that watcheth and keepeth his garments, lest he walk naked and they see his shame. And he gathered them together in a place called in the Hebrew tongue Armageddon." So basically, because Yahushua is going to come back at the end of all this shit, at the end of the thermonuclear power and destruction being dispersed from the nations and whatnot, and everyone being gathered into that land of the Valley of Jehoshaphat, as detailed in Joel the 3rd chapter. Yahushua is going to come back and put an end to all of that, breathe that fire out of his mouth and whatnot as well, which is also in Joel the 3rd chapter, cleanse that land via that fire. But it's going to happen like a thief. So the process of Yahushua coming back is like a thief. So you got to imagine that the process of World War III, Armageddon popping up on the scene and being played out in full swing, that's going to come up like a thief as well. So who knows when all this shit is going to pop off? Now we looking at this right now, and we saying, it's not looking like as of right now everything is escalating into a full swing war within the next month or 2 months or so. But hey, but you never fucking know, bro. You never know when all this shit is really gonna pop off, and you never know how close they are to executing the narratives they want to play out, and having the effects of those narratives be casted amongst the masses in full swing, and really bring the society into turmoil and destruction to prep for the beast. That's what it's all about. It's all about prepping for the beasts. That's what war is for. That's what this World War, from the left hand side, the elite perspective. That's what this World War III is for. It's to bring people closer. Now, of course, the MOB is going to be on the scene prior to this. Prior to this actually taking place in full swing, in full swing. Now, I'm not saying the wars aren't going to pop off. Of course they are, but in full swing. But prior to Yahushua coming back, the MOB is going to be on the scene and mandated. That is going to happen. But like I said, one of the reasons why this war is going to be fought and whatnot is to demoralize and deteriorate society in such a way that it's a prime society for the acceptance of the beast system in terms of population, in terms of dependence, in terms of need and obedience. They want all of those things set in place so that the beast system can function in full swing with all these corporations, all these corporations, basically having full reign over the people. That's pretty much the setting that they want for the world. And without world war and conflict and mass depopulation, that can't happen.
Exactly. And just to add on to all the excellent points Swin has mentioned, when it comes to the great destruction that comes with Christ, yes, that's going to happen at the end, and that's part of judgment. But also World War III and the destruction caused by Esau and the other ruling nations, that's also going to be a part of the judgment as well. Because the Most High, again, he uses kings and nations and people to judge the earth. I just want to read a couple precepts getting to that. We'll start at Psalms, the 7th chapter, verse 11. The Most High judgeth the righteous, and the Lord is angry with the wicked every day. If he turn not, he will whet his sword. He hath bent his bow and made it ready. So let's talk about the sword and the bow. And these days, the bow, that represents those missiles. The swords, those represent the missiles, the fighter jets, the tanks, because those are the weapons that are used today. In the ancient world, men did fight with swords and spears and javelins, but not in this world. It's mass heavily artillery that can kill hundreds of thousands of people. That's going to be a part of the Most High's indignation and his wrath against the nations prior to him coming back in the cloud. So what's going to happen is Most High is going to allow Esau, he's going to put the spirit on all the ruling powers to fuck themselves up, to poison the land, to kill the people. And then when people think their suffering is enough, the Lord is going to come from the clouds, beat their ass again. And then the kingdom is going to be established. But let me continue on with Psalm 7, verse 13. He hath also prepared for him the instruments of death. He ordaineth his arrows against the persecutors. Again, those arrows, like I said earlier, represent the weaponry of the day. But to get to another precept to get to that point, I want to go to Jeremiah, the 50th chapter. I will, I'll start at verse 24. I have laid a snare for thee, and thou art also taken, O Babylon, and thou wast not aware. Thou art found and also caught, because thou hast striven against the Lord. The Lord hath opened his armory, and hath brought forth the weapons of his indignation. For this is the work of the Lord, of the Lord power of hosts in the land of the Chaldeans. Come against her from the utmost border upon her storehouses. Cast her up as heaps, and destroy her utterly. Let nothing of her be left. Slay all her bullocks. Let them go down to the slaughter. Woe unto them, for their days come, in the time of their visitation. The voice of them that flee and escape out of the land of Babylon, to declare in Zion the vengeance of the Lord our God, the vengeance of his temple. Call together the archers against Babylon. All ye that bend the bow, camp against her round about. Let none thereof escape. Recompense her according to her work, according to all that she hath done, doing to her. For she hath been proud against the Lord, against the Holy One of Israel. And again, this is another verse going into that great destruction of Babylon. Now, how we know that this isn't talking about Babylon in the ancient world, when you read how Babylon was conquered by Cyrus the Great, there wasn't some great destruction. There wasn't a great battle. Of course, certain regions were conquered, but by the time Cyrus went to Babylon, he conquered the city without a fight. The people surrendered. There wasn't a great destruction. There wasn't great mourning. Now, if you have eyes to see and you have spiritual discernment, you understand that modern day America, well, not even really America, but the world is being fueled by the energy of Babylon, specifically the pagan gods of Babylon and Egypt as well, that being Osiris, that being Horus, Tammuz, Isis, or Astarte. If you want to go to the Greek pantheon, Zeus, Pan, Orpheus, all these pagan gods that really tie back to Babylon, really ancient Babel, the original Babylon under Nimrod, Cush, and Semiramis. That's where the spirit and the ideas that exist today come from. And when you have the spiritual eyes to see, that's how you understand what time you're in. And another example in the book of Revelations, you read the 11th chapter, how it mentions the two witnesses that represent the nation of Israel. But that's a whole nother topic, how our dead bodies are going to be in the street of the land that's called Sodom or Egypt. Again, that's another way of knowing what that represents, because for those of you brothers who don't know, the word sodomy or sodomite, that was basically a word for a homosexual. And what nation or what energy is being promoted today, not even in just America, but across the globe, that same spirit of it's acceptable to do those things, to be a homosexual, a transgender, to be confused. It's acceptable to basically do things that are destructive to your body and your mind. So that's just another way of letting you know how this society spiritually represents Babylon, because of the things they do behind the scenes, being worshiping the pagan gods, and the things they do in the forefront, being trying to change the minds of the people and convert them to a wicked way of life. And also, I'm sure when you probably flip into those precepts now, the destruction of Babylon, it even tells you in the scriptures how it's not necessarily the Lord that's going to destroy Babylon. I mean, ultimately he is, but it's going to be the nations that honestly get tired of the great whore that is Babylon, and they're going to hate the whore and destroy her. But when I think you pull up that precept.
Yeah, this
Yes.
I got
Swin's already stolen 2 of my closing precepts, but you know.
I'm just hit a quick one.
I'm gonna keep it a bean, Swin. What's the precept for the bridegrooms and the candlestick? Is that Matthew?
That's Matthew 25th chapter, I believe.
Matthew 20.
Yeah,
You said Matthew 25th.
Matthew 25. Yeah, it goes into the oil.
Yeah, oil on the candle. Yeah, it's the 25th.
Because I want to use that as my closing precept.
But are you going to the one in Revelations, or is it in Jeremiah?
I'm at the one in Revelation.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna get 17. I'm gonna get 18 too. But this is I'm gonna just get this quick one in Revelation, the 17th chapter. This is the book of Revelation, chapter 17. I'm gonna just hit the point. I'm gonna get verse 16. And the 10 horns which thou sawest upon the beast, these shall hate the whore, and shall make her desolate and naked, and shall eat her flesh and burn her with fire. God damn.
Damn.
Yeah.
It's gonna be bad for Babylon and all these Babylonians, man.
It's gonna be bad for that whore.
I'm gonna go Babylon on, nigga. For God, or Yahweh, had put in their hearts to fulfill His will. So as D-Ben was mentioning, the Most High is going to use these kings of the earth of these other nations, or who are perceived as kings of the earth. We know who's really the kings of the earth, but who the people perceive as the kings of the earth. Most High is going to use them to rain hell on Babylon, man. As it mentions, the 10 horns which thou sawest upon the beast shall hate the whore. Now that's going into NATO, but that's specifically who the 10 horns specifically pinpoint are speaking on. Slash the EU, you know what I'm saying? But it's not even gonna be just them. It's gonna be everybody who's pretty much against America as well. Pretty much it's gonna be America and the land of Israel against everybody. That's pretty much the setting of what it's gonna be. But continuing on, for God hath put in their hearts to fulfill His will, and to agree and give their kingdom unto the beast, who until the words of God shall be fulfilled. And the woman which thou sawest is the great city which reigneth over the kings of the earth. Now, like all the brothers were mentioning earlier as well, Babylon has mass influence over the hearts and the minds of the people, not even just in America alone, but also amongst the whole world. And part of that influence, part of that destruction that's going to come upon Babylon is going to be, the kings of the earth, the powers of this different societies of the earth, pretty much getting tired of Babylon, man. Pretty much getting tired of, now of course, like I said, they're going to draft different narratives and whatnot, but the general theme is going to be, tired of the American way of doing things, tired of America being the ruling power, and ultimately not wanting America to be the prime society that ushers in the beast system. Hitman mentions this a lot, so shout out to Hitman. But basically, them. You said what?
Oh yeah, I was about to say, wish you were here, brother. Godspeed.
Yeah, exactly. Godspeed, bro. But Hitman brings this point out a lot, going into they're gonna be fighting over who's the top nation to usher in the new world order. They don't want that to be Babylon the Great. They're gonna do everything they can to make sure that's not Babylon the Great, which is why all these nations, starting of course with Russia, China, and whatnot, and all their smaller country allies, but also eventually NATO is going to turn on Babylon the Great as well. And who knows how that's going to play out in terms of the process of how that actually comes to pass. We'll see. Maybe it could be through America not having the manpower and the thermonuclear power to actually combat the Russian the force of Russia and China and all its other allies, and they'll just says fuck you. It could be that, but it could be other things as well. It could be narrative driven. We'll see. But I also want to get this in Revelation the 18th chapter as well. This is the book of Revelation, chapter 18, verse 2. And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the great is fallen, is become the habitation of devils, and the hold of every foul spirit, and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird. For all nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication, and the kings of the earth have committed fornication with her, and the merchants of the earth are waxed rich through the abundance of her delicacies. And I'm gonna go down to verse 7. How much she hath glorified herself and lived deliciously, so much torment and sorrow give her. For she saith in her heart, I sit a queen, and am no widow, and shall see no sorrow. Therefore shall her plagues come in one day, death and mourning and famine, and she shall be utterly burned with fire. For strong is the Lord God who judgeth her. And the kings of the earth, this is one point I want to mention as well. And verse 9, the kings of the earth who have committed fornication and lived deliciously with her shall bewail her and lament her when they see the smoke of her burning, standing afar off for the fear of her torment, saying, Alas, alas, that great city Babylon, that mighty city, for 1 hour thy judgment come. So the kings of the earth, who have committed fornication with Babylon, meaning what? Every society that's benefited off of the power and the prowess of America. You got not even going into your major countries, your major players like a Russia and a China, but think about all the Caribbean countries, think about all the South American countries, think about the African countries, the ones who are not getting pimped out by China, but think about the African countries as well that benefited off of the lust and the luster of Babylon as well. All the little, all the minor, quote unquote, minor countries in this grand scheme of things who have benefited some way or some form off of the influence and the allure of Babylon, man. Whether that be through economic power, militaristic protection, whatever it may be, who have benefited somewhat in some way, shape, or form off of Babylon, all going to turn their backs and say, alas, alas, that great city Babylon, that mighty city is fallen, and for 1 hour that judgment come. Everybody's going to turn their back on Babylon the Great. Like I said, it's pretty much just going to be the land of Israel and Babylon the Great versus the world.
Facts. I want to say something about that. This is a little funny little side note. Shout out to all the liberal females out there for this one, because it's funny. It's funny how a lot of times today they'll say the Most High is dealing with them until precepts like those come up. When you say eat her flesh, now all of a sudden it's he's talking about me. Now all of a sudden you want to understand it's a metaphor now, but whatever.
Well, I want now that you mentioned that, I want to hit this point real quick, because you mentioned that eater flesh point and the metaphorical aspect of it. A lot of these so-called black women, or the Israelite women, period, but specifically the so-called black woman the most, because she's the most loudmouth. Yeah, exactly. She's the most brutish and loudmouth one, if we're just being honest with it. I'm not saying that's every woman, but it is a good amount of them. Let's just be real.
99.99999.
Yeah, it's 99.99%. Let's just be real. Liberal, brutish, loud. Loud with no knowledge. Loud. That's retarded. The worst kind of loud too. Loud when you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's
that prideful spirit got a hold on them shorties, man.
You said what?
That prideful spirit got a hold on them hoes, man.
Bro. Absolutely. And you know what? I'm glad you mentioned that too, because it mentions that in regards to Babylon the Great, and a lot of these females have the pretty much. They're lockstep with Babylon the Great. No matter how much they tell you they are here, I support my black kings, y'all are the original man.
AD Ben, all I gotta say is tune into next week.
I was saying that shit too.
Let's not go into too much, but
Yeah, we'll leave for next week.
Actually, can I get a preset based upon what Swint and Kenton was talking about?
Go ahead.
I want to use Matthew 25 Then shall the kingdom of heaven be likened unto 10 virgins, which took their lamps and went forth to meet the bridegroom. 5 of them were wise, 5 were foolish. They that were foolish took their lamps and took no oil with them. And the wise took their oil in their vessels with their lamps.
Apex, you there?
Yeah, I'm still there.
You
My
went
shit
out, bro.
just, yeah. But the wise took oil in their vessels with their lamps, while the bridegroom tarried, and they all slumbered and slept. At midnight there was a cry made, Behold, the bridegroom cometh. Go ye out to meet him. Then all those virgins arose and trimmed their lamps. And the foolish said unto the wise, Give us your oil, for our lamps are gone out. But the wise say, Not so, lest there be not enough for us, but you. And go ye rather to them that sell, and buy for yourselves. And when they went and bought, the bridegroom came, and that were ready went in with him into marriage, and the door was shut. Afterwards came also the other virgins, saying, Lord, Lord, Yahweh, open to us. But he answered and said, Verily I say unto you, I know you not. Watch therefore, for ye know neither the day nor the hour where the Son of Man cometh. So it's kind of has a double meaning. For one, the famine, both literal and spiritual, is taken upon this country and this world. You're going to see more of the word starts to be lost in time as a result. And number two, you're starting to see the nourishment, the food aspect of it is going to be lost as well too. And then on top of that, the other side of it is a lot of these women, y'all are very prideful, y'all are stuck up and mean-spirited and rude, but you're going to need to take on to a man who has understanding. And the more y'all keep acting up, you're going to seal y'all doom.
Mm-hmm. And it's gonna be through your own actions that doom is sealed, and the Most High is gonna bring all kinds of heavy curses and heavy plagues upon these women. You know what I'm saying? Like
Sure.
it's like you said, Apex is through the pride. So it's like it's not because of the Most High hates you or the Most High's coming at me because I'm a woman, and you could do the victim mentality with Esau. You can't play victim with the Most High. You can't play victim with the Most High. I mention this point a lot. Everybody knows somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody who knows about this truth. If you were Israelite, somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody who have heard or who has mentioned the word Hebrew Israelite to you before. You've heard about it somewhere. A lot of these females, they've heard about it. Quiet as kept. A lot of these females come across niggas who are in the truth, who shun the brothers. Now I'm not saying that
Hebrews and Shebrews.
Don't even do that, bro. Don't even do that. That terrible ass song. You know what I'm talking about, bro?
They let him in the door, baby.
It's not even about like running into someone who's a Hebrew Israelite, because vast majority of black women are quote unquote Christians. They're quote unquote God fearing. They
exactly
praying and read the Bible. But it's like if you were actually reading what the scriptures were saying, and you understood that according to scripture, you had to hearken unto a man of the Lord, not trying to say that there are prophets out here, but a man who understands the scriptures. That's really what a man of the Lord is. It's not about how eloquent he is. It's not about how loud and boisterous he is, and can he make you clap and dance and sing? Because all that shit is
life
folly.
of the party bullshit.
Exactly. All that shit is folly. It's about, is he bringing out the truth of the scriptures?
Exactly.
Is what he's saying accurate according to the Bible? And a lot of these women don't understand this. All you women who say you love God, you love Jesus, you're full of shit. If Christ was on the earth today, you would say, I can't fucking stand that nigga. I hate that nigga.
Exactly.
That's literally what you would say to Jesus, because you don't think it was a coincidence that the vast majority of the Israelites wanted Christ dead? They wanted the apostles dead. They wanted all the men of the Lord dead because, quiet is kept because, people kind of conflate the Christian church now to what was going on in the ancient period and how, damn, the church is the largest religious system in the world, which is true, and how so many people believe in a Christ and how these pastors go into all these regions and there's these great revivals and hundreds of thousands of people were being saved. That was not what was happening during the time of the apostles and of Christ. There was only a remnant. few
Exactly.
people from each region that they went to was able to understand the truth. Christianity didn't become widespread and popular until Satan took over that shit. To be honest, that's when it became widespread.
Exactly. I mean, it wasn't even a real
Uh,
thing. That's number one. And then the word Christian is only like when you like the literal word itself, like in the Greek, is Christianos, if I'm saying it right. And it says follower of Christ. So like a religious person, which is a spiritual dumbass, by the way, they'll look at that and say, "Ha, see, follower of Christ. That's talking about me." No, 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 no. It's talking about those who actually walked with him. That was actually there. That's what he's taught. That's in reference to. But that's a whole nother point.
And
And
they
then
didn't
like,
call themselves Christian. That was a title applied to them by I think it was in Antioch. That was the first place where they were called quote unquote
yeah,
Christians. But that's nothing. That was never
exactly.
something they called themselves.
And then the
So
term church does not mean what is has described today. Not even close. It's just a collection of men. Clearly says that in the definition. It even talks, which is weird because even within that definition, it says a sacred it's like a sacred meetup place of the Israelites or something like that. And I was like, why would it emphasize something like that in the New Testament? That's not even necessary. But it goes to show you that the whole book is about the nation of Israel because they even put that type of understanding in there when it's not even really needed in order to understand truly what the term church is in reference to. But that's besides the point.
Yeah,
But
specifically the
like
rest.
stuff like that, when you don't understand history, your whole perspective of it just gets completely it's just completely off base when you don't understand history at all. But you got to take your emotions out of it in order to truly understand history because whether you're an Israelite or not, most of the people in the history of mankind were completely nothing but a bunch of spiritual dumbasses and jackasses. Like it is what it is. So when you understand that, you don't get caught up too much into the flesh, really. You don't get
yeah.
caught up into man, whether they're an Israelite person or whether they're Israelite or not. Because at the end of the day, is at this point it's mainly about the spirit. So yeah, flesh does matter from a technical standpoint, but you got to have that spiritual understanding. But a lot of that comes with understanding history, or you could say that through the spirit of the Most High, you be able to understand history. But it really goes either way. Like you really have to unlearn and then relearn because you really have to gain proper perspective on how this experience, this quote unquote simulation that we're living in, you have to understand it truly from a practical perspective instead of an emotional one, because that's where you're gonna get caught up.
And when you understand it from a practical perspective as well, and you relate that to what the scriptures, how the scriptures actually detail the church, when you get into First and Second Corinthians, Colossians, Ephesians, Philippians, and the seven churches in Revelations, you get into those books. You get into your Peters and your Philemons and your Tituses and whatnot. You get into those books that actually describe some of the traits of the church. It was about order, it was about structure, and most importantly, it was about hearkening unto the teachings of old, because that's all there. Like there was no Ephesians, there was no First Corinthians, it was the writing, it was the writings of old.
In Christ's time. But like that was
Exactly.
on word of mouth at that time.
Exactly,
Mm-hmm.
and that all goes back to the writings of the teachings of the law and the prophets. That's where that all goes back to. But the
Mm-hmm.
church today, they want to relate themselves so closely to the churches in the New Testament, but they don't carry any
Idiots.
of the traits and the characteristics of the churches. There's no order. There's no structure. There's no attention to prophecy. There's
Well, not
no
the faithful church. They don't. They're
exactly.
not with the faithful church.
And the church of led by Jezebel. That's what they
Yeah,
are.
they with the compromising church, the corrupt church, the loveless church, all that
All of
other
that.
shit.
All of
You
that.
can put them on that category. At least them brothers understood the truth.
That's true. That's true. That's true. That's
Con.
true. That's true.
Fucking
And
idiots.
I want to bring this out real quick too, because y'all mentioned the point earlier about the prideful women, about how they think that they God is working with them, and God is leading them in this direction, and they don't need this because Jesus is their husband, this and the third. Hey man, when all hell breaks loose, all this shit's gonna go out the window, and you know, we,
4-1.
yeah, Isaiah 4:1. That's the main scripture that it's like we all know, but it's like yes, that 7 women is gonna clean to 1 man, but as Chronicles of Judah mentioned, a while back as well,
7 churches.
it's all about righteousness, because that's all about the 7 churches, representing the elect men with Yahweh Shai, and then of course, on the lower end of the spectrum is the women cleaning up with the men, because we know the order pursuant to 1 Corinthians 11:3 is Yahweh, then Yahweh Shai, then the man, and then the woman. So it's all about the 7 churches, aka the complete amount of elect men clinging onto our Lord, which is Yahweh Shai, our man per se, and then the women clinging onto their man, which is the elect. But that goes to show it's all about righteousness from both ends of the spectrum. So they want to look at the scriptures and say certain things like, oh, well, y'all say that women got to get in this way. Y'all say women got to be in order, but y'all can just do that, second, and third. And you know what they always base it off of? They always base it off of the concept of a man can have more than 1 woman. They think that man is unrighteous because he likes women. They think a man is unrighteous because he likes sex. They think that makes a man unrighteous because you like the concept of having sex with multiple women. That doesn't make you unrighteous. That just makes you a man. There's nothing wicked about that, as long as you're not doing it with other men's women. There's nothing wicked about that act. But because they're more feelings oriented and can't look at things from a logical perspective, for the most part, they can't compartmentalize that. They can't separate a man's righteousness doesn't really have much to do with his quote unquote respect for women. And I don't mean it from the concept of biblical respect, biblical and biblical a way a man should be, especially if you want to involve yourself in a marriage. If that's the path in which you want to involve yourself in, I wouldn't recommend it. But if that's the path, I'm not even talking about just corporate marriage. You said what?
That's a whole nother discussion, man.
That's a whole nother thing. I ain't even gonna touch.
Tune
on
until
that,
next week.
Exactly. I ain't even talking about corporate marriage, in Esau's society under his marriage contract, but even just a quote unquote cohabitation with a female is not something I would recommend. But that's a whole nother discussion. But the reason why I wanted to mention that is because even getting involved in that as a man, there's certain ways in which you handle yourself, but the facade amongst this society it's not respect for your lady or for your woman is not enough. You got to praise her, you got to worship her, you got to give her oblation and over venerate her. You got to give her veneration. You got to weaken yourself for her upliftment. That's
Isaiah 3:11.
Exactly. That's what's casted as quote unquote respect in today's society. It ain't just about giving your woman respect, loving her, providing, her for all her needs and whatnot. All the stuff that's it's just what husbands do. You know what I'm saying? It's not even just about, and also being a vessel of understanding, a transparent vessel and things of that nature. But that touches on other topics. But it's not even just about those things, And also, each man is different in his own individual personality traits and how he assesses relationships and what he expects and what he wants and what he demands from his woman. Each man is different in that regard, so that varies from man to man. But just the general basis of how the scriptures dictate a husband should be, specifically going into the book of I believe it's in the book of I think it's in the book of Ephesians, that goes into how the husband should be towards the wives and the third, and also in the book of Peter as well. I think that's in First Peter or second, I can't remember. First and Second Peter going into that as well, detailing how the husband should be towards the wives. That's not enough in today's society. It's about veneration and worship and over validation, and obeisance towards the feminine and the mother goddess principle. That's what you got to do as a man in today's society. And because of that, that's going to be to the demise of a lot of women, because it says right here in Revelation 18 and in verse 7, it details how the spirit of Babylon the Great is the same spirit in most women. What does Babylon the Great represent? Veneration, oblation, praise, and worship amongst the masses. How they cast it. I'm not saying that's the reality. That's how they cast it. Because quiet is kept. A lot of people that live in these other countries, they don't got some big grandiose American dream. That's just what they want you to think. They want you to think that everybody in every other country, their main goal in life is come to America. That's what they want you to think. That's not the reality in a lot of these places, man. But because America's casted as the centerpiece and the head and the one that's worthy of veneration and praise, that's the perception that most people have, and most people in America have of foreigners and whatnot. But it's the same way with the woman, because it says right here in Revelation 18:7, I said a queen and am no widow and shall see no sorrow. That's how most women think. They said they got in their minds, they live in a queen beehive, man. And they live in their own reality of a queen beehive, and they think that they can't be touched, man. They think that I can't be that Roy Jones, I can't be touched spirit, man. They think they bobbing and weaving and slipping the jab and countering and whatnot, and they really ain't doing shit. They just propped up there because that's how Babylon positions them, because that's what Babylon is as well, and Babylon's going to be destroyed. So you think that same spirit that represented in people aren't going to be destroyed as well? That's not going to be just women. It's going to be a lot of men also. It's going to be a lot of niggas that's going to be taken out also who have a similar spirit. But you have a lot of women who got that spirit in today's society, that queen, I can't be touched, mother goddess, worship me, bend the knee to me spirit. Hey man, Babylon's gonna be destroyed for having that spirit. So you don't think the women who got that same spirit ain't gonna be destroyed too? Like I said, you can't play a victim with the Most High. Everything's been laid out in the precepts. Everything's been laid out in the scriptures of how you got to conduct yourself. Us as men, we got to get in line. So you don't think you got to get in line as well? We got a Lord that we got to venerate, and we can't go straight to the Father, man. We got to go through Yahweh Shai. And you know what? The men who try to circumvent that way, the man who try to go up another way, what the scriptures say? He's a thief and a robber, man. So Old Testament on the Israelites, Torah, Tanakh on the Israelites, gonna be fucking done, man. So you don't think women who try to go and circumvent the man, you don't think the Most High gonna kill you too? The Most High gonna kill niggas who don't serve his son. So if you don't serve your Lord, you think the Most High gonna kill you too? Come on, man, make sense.
Good luck with that.
Those are the scriptures when you read Matthew, specifically the 7th chapter, how many on that day of destruction are gonna be like, Lord, I did call on your name, I cast out demons, I did all these great wonders for you. And he said, depart from me, you work of iniquity. Basically, I never knew you. And that's how a lot of those people are going to be all those times. A lot of these people who think that the Most High loves them, who think they have an understanding of the Most High, like what JT said in the comment right here, they're drunk off Babylon, and that's honestly purposeful. And we're not talking about literal wine. We're talking about the wine of the doctrines of this society. It's basically liberated people and allow people to live in a delusion. That's why, to just add on to the point that Ghetto mentioned earlier about, this society being like a matrix, like, basically a virtual construct. That's what helps when you have an understanding of the scriptures of the truth. When you read the scriptures, you understand what actual living is, what actual reality is. And then when you look at how you're actually supposed to be living and how people are supposed to be living, and you look at what's going on in the society, you're like, this shit isn't real.
Exactly.
It's really not.
Exactly. And I honestly, I got
literal games with basically your lives and how you conduct yourselves. But real quick, before we just go off on another tangent, I just want to go back to the Russian thing, because we still need to cover Russia and China coming together. So I would just want to go to that video. We'll expound on those points, and then from there, we chop it up and close from there.
Can I say one precept?
Just real quick, can you just bring up that precept after?
Okay.
All right, cool. So yeah, it's just gonna be a short video, going over it, and we can discuss some points. About 3 minutes, so it's not gonna take that long.
Beijing overnight meeting there with China's president this morning as the Olympics kick off. This as tensions are rising over a possible Russian invasion of Ukraine, and the first U.S. troops are now landing in the region. Our senior foreign correspondent Ian Pannell is on the ground there in Ukraine for us. Good morning, Ian.
Yeah, good morning, Cecilia. That's right. Lots going on. More diplomacy and talks, but interestingly, it's Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping this time as Russia and China strengthen their ties, not just in terms of trade, but also security, as this crisis in Ukraine still shows no sign of easing.
This morning, President Putin landing in Beijing for the start of the Winter Olympics and a one-on-one with President Xi. Both have strained relations with America, the Kremlin claiming China agrees with its security demands over Ukraine, though Beijing hasn't quite put it like that. This is the first of 1,700 American paratroopers landing in Europe as part of President Biden's order to send 3,000 US troops to bolster NATO's eastern flank as tensions remain over the Russian troop buildup on Ukraine's borders. Meanwhile, the Biden administration claims the Kremlin's plotting a false flag operation to justify an invasion of Ukraine.
One option is the Russian government, we think, is planning to stage a fake attack by Ukrainian military or intelligence forces against Russian sovereign territory or against Russian-speaking people to therefore justify their action.
The administration not offering any evidence, but warning that Russia could even release fake images to justify sending troops in.
We believe that Russia would produce a very graphic propaganda video, which would include corpses and actors that would be depicting mourners and images of destroyed locations as well as military equipment at the hands of Ukraine or the West.
Releasing this type of intelligence is unusual.
This was obviously a calculated risk for the US and for the UK to be able to release this kind of sensitive intelligence, but they figured that it would be better to preempt any pretext that Putin would have by staging some sort of action and using it as an excuse to invade Ukraine.
The Kremlin denying the allegations and that it plans to attack, but at the same time, its forces continue to mass at the border. NATO says it expects Russia to deploy as many as 30,000 combat troops along with additional military units into Belarus, just north of Ukraine, for planned war games.
Well, Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov has been speaking this morning saying such claims, the number of which keeps growing every day, are nonsense, but the administration clearly feels otherwise. George?
Yeah, thanks. Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News.
Yeah, we'll just stop that right there. But yeah, just to go into that, that's honestly the next plan that that Russia has in mind. As you can see, they're trying to link up with China. Like Ghetto was alluding to earlier, it's not even going to be limited to China. A lot of the countries in the Middle East, you got to take you're saying first, gas.
Great Asian
Asia,
super PAC.
America, and what's the G for?
What'd you say?
What's the G for? It's like Asia.
Oh, Great Asian Super PAC.
Oh, okay, Great Asian Super PAC. So yeah, that's
or Great Asian Super Friends.
Great Asian Super Friends. It's coming soon too, and you don't think it's a coincidence that, let's be honest, in the current society that we live, the two great powers are America, China, and Russia, and now two of those great powers are coming together to combat, at least not overtly yet, America and all of its powers behind it. The NATO and the EU and the UN. So just what will happen within the next few years, man. Don't be surprised. I'm not sure if it's going to be military, at least at first, but it's definitely going to be financial at first, because that's how a lot of these basically these massive powers attack each other. It's normally through embargoes and tax levies and
they propaganda crap.
Yeah, propaganda to try to come against the people. And then we also know that at least now China has a huge influence on U.S. media and entertainment. So don't be surprised. Yeah, hip hop as well. So don't be surprised if China says, you know what, we're gonna fuck with the American people through psychological program and things like that. And Russia's gonna have a little touch in there as well. A lot of those things are here to come. And this was actually mentioned in the article when it comes to Russia and China merging together, how the main thing that they're coming over together is really technology. So in order to improve their technology when it comes to not necessarily militaristic, but surveillance technology, meaning being able to track essentially people and being able to collect data on the citizens of your nation. So, and we already know when it comes to a lot of the juice mandates and the juice technology, China is far ahead than a lot of the other countries when it comes to, data capture, basically keeping track of the citizens and getting them to comply with their mandates as well.
And also different structures, such as a social credit system that they have in place over there to
China
properly manage and measure and keep the people in lockstep in regards to the different updates that are going to come with certain digital technologies that they're going to be required for people to not only have, but also not complain about having as well. That's going to touch into that social credit system, because it's not just about being a citizen, being a willing citizen. That they like the saying from, I believe that's Charles Schwab. You will have nothing and you will own nothing. You will own nothing and you'll be happy.
And
Yeah.
and
And
another thing too, to add on
go
to
ahead,
the
go ahead.
point, it's going the way that the society's going. It's going to be a sequel of Repo Man. Y'all seen that movie with Forrest Whitaker or whatever the fuck his name is, and the British dude, where pretty much there's a credit system and motherfuckers had to like sell their organs. Like if they didn't pay their rent on time, they had to sell their organs. They would be harvested and things of that nature. It's coming to a theaters near you, y'all.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And here's the
Yes,
issue
sir.
that one of the things that I didn't think about until like maybe a couple of days ago. One of the biggest reasons why the quote unquote, because we, like I said, the concept of the quote unquote mark of the beast, the microchip, whatever, that's already been the concept has already been introduced globally, but not the product. So how come it hasn't been introduced yet? And the reason why is because of quote unquote manufacturing problems. They believe, this is their thought, basically, by what I've been looking at. They believe that they don't have enough, what would you call it?
Infrastructure would be
Yeah, infrastructure to properly produce from a mass perspective the microchips to, for everybody in the world, which is 9 out of 10 one of the biggest reasons why they want population control in the first place, because of that fear. But apparently I was reading an article maybe a couple days ago that was like the manufacturing crisis is over. It was talking about computer chips. Of course, not for the US because the US is screwed. But uh, apparently China, basically because of Taiwan. Taiwan is the world leader in computer chips in general, micro or quote unquote macro, whatever the fuck that would mean. But they're the world leader by far in computer chips, and they make 90% of the US's computer chips. The other 10% is actually made
Are you talking about
on.
the semiconductors?
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about. But yeah, basically, they make 90% of that. Taiwan does. They produce 90% of the US's. What was that word you said again? 'Cause I'm not good at it.
Semiconductors.
Semiconductors. They basically make 90% of that, and then the other 10% is made in the U.S. ground. So that's probably the main reason why China wants Taiwan so bad, because once they get that, that's automatically going to cripple the U.S. from introducing their own digital currency system, which I think I said this. No, you know what? I said this before we went live. How the U.S. is they're already trying to pass legislature to ramp up their production in computer chips in general, because they know that China is going to take Taiwan at some point. So they're trying to become more domestic with their computer chip, aka their microchip producing, which is of course not going to work, but that's the whole point. Like, China controls, as y'all said, China controls a lot more of the, like, from the new digital B system. China's going to control more of the economic, more of the social parameters, and
As
then
well as
Russia's
information technology too. They're gonna
yeah,
control.
and then Russia is going to control more of the military side. Like they're going to be the ones punking folks, basically. they're going to be one providing the missiles to their allies, blah blah blah, all the weaponry, all that stuff, because they got more than enough for everybody. But so it's basically set up the same way how the quote unquote old beast system was, the old satanic system was. The EU, or however you want to look at it, Europe, they control more so of the philosophy and the economic standpoint. As we know, people love talking about, oh, all of our stuff comes from European culture, Indo-European culture, blah blah blah, all that bullshit. But they love saying that. But Europe controls more of the philosophy and the economics, and America controls the military side of things. So it's the same setup, it's the same story, different characters, different location, basically. But it's the same premise. It's just that China and Russia are just going to take the take the reins, take the responsibilities for the economics and the military side. Which I
Yeah.
wouldn't be surprised at some point they build their own penis of a czar in both their countries, aka aka
I'm,
obelisk.
Get some shit,
I'm,
or maybe they have their own Statue of Liberty. But who knows?
Exactly, bro.
I
Real
mean,
quick,
it's
I
kind
just
of
want to read just a little bit of this article just to expand, because this is basically going to mention some of the points that Ghetto Genius was bringing up when it comes to, like, Russia and China working together, not only to improve their technology, but also in the case of because, as this article is going to state when I read it, China also supports Russia's complaint that NATO is enlarging and expanding, and they shouldn't add additional countries. And Russia
Hmm.
is supporting China on the stance when it comes to they should have control of Taiwan. But let me just go ahead and read what's written. So this says mutual support. The two countries have moved closer together as both have come under pressure from the West on human rights and other issues, which is a bunch of trumped up bullshit. All these countries have human rights issues. They just,
I know, right?
whenever the media wants to attack a certain country, they'll just say human rights, ethical bullshit. But continue on. In the lengthy document, nearly 5,400 words in English translation, each went significantly further than before in backing the other on flashpoints of tension with the West. And really, when they say the West, they just mean the United States and friends. That's really what they mean. Russia voiced its support for China's stance that Taiwan is an inalienable part of China in opposition to any form of independence from the island, and opposition to any form of independence for the island. Moscow and Beijing also voiced their opposition to the AUKUS alliance between Australia, Britain, and the United States, saying it increased the danger of an arms race in the region. Meaning what? The fact that Australia, Britain, and America are going to help each other out, that's going to basically force China and Russia to compete. And what's an arms race? That means more weaponry is going to be built, and that means, the more weapon you build, you got to use that shit eventually. That shit costs a lot of fucking money. You know what I'm saying? Can't in fucking storage forever. That's another thing they don't teach you when it comes to war. Sometimes certain events happen because they got to do something with the shit that they built. As wicked as that sounds, they'll be like, you know what? Shit, we can't just waste all the shit that we're building, so it has to be used for something. They got to get their money's worth. But continue on. China joined Russia in calling for an end to NATO enlargement and supported its demands for security guarantees from the West. And the reason for that is because Russia really has no respect for Ukraine. They just view Ukraine as basically a subsidiary of NATO or the United States.
What's that body of water? Because that's what they're trying to get access to again. Is it the English Channel? Something like that. I forgot what it's called again. That separates Ukraine from a lot of those European countries. It's something like
Baltic Sea.
Yeah, something like that. They're trying to gain control of that, but the reason why they can't get control of it is because of the international laws. Like they can't occupy that body of water like they want to because it's connected to the Ukraine, and obviously the Ukraine is not part of Russia. So that's a big reason why. That what you call it again? The Baltic Sea, if I'm not mistaken.
I think, but like thinking about it, I'm not sure because the Baltic Sea, I don't think it's connected to Ukraine, but I do know. I remember reading.
It's called the Black Sea.
It's the
Black Sea. Yes, that's what's connecting. That's what's stopping them from being able to basically punk Europe, because Ukraine is what's stopping them, because that's an independent country on its own, and because of the international laws, it stops them from being able to control basically all of Northern Asia and really be able to potentially control Europe whenever they want to. So that's the big issue on the Russian side. China's side, obviously they want to control all the Pacific. Well, obviously if Australia is there, and then of course the issue with Taiwan is there, they can't do that. So now they're just both sides are basically getting fed up. So basically it's like the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So you know what? Let's just join together. You do you, we'll do us for the most part, and then we'll come together when we need to. Whatever. Because they don't really need each other to do what they need to do. It's just that they know that when they try to do what they do, of course, the superpower U.S. is going to try to intervene. So that's what they really need each other for.
Yeah, when you think about it, it's really a way to get the U.S. to back off because it's like, okay, I'm not alone. I got my boy, and if Putin needs to come, he'll come help me out. But I just want to continue reading this as well. They expressed concern about the advancement of U.S. plans to develop global missile defense and deploy its elements in various regions of the world, combined with capacity building of high-precision non-nuclear weapons for disarming strikes and other strategic objectives, meaning they don't want the U.S. to be able to continue expanding in other regions, meaning building a military bases. For example, one of the issues that Russia had back in December of 2021, when they were trying to establish that treaty, they wanted the U.S. to stop having military base in Ukraine, as well as performing like military training exercises in Ukraine, because what other purpose would they have for that other than to retaliate against Russia? So they want to nip that in the bud. But continuing on, elsewhere, without naming Washington, they criticize attempts by certain states to establish global hegemony, fan confrontation, and impose their own standards of democracy. So really, when it's talking about this, it's talking about like the U.S. and Great Britain, to be honest, because behind the scenes, for a lot of these third world countries, they kind of control how those countries end up and how their governments are formed, not overtly, but covertly, meaning, for example, they'll say, okay, we're going to establish democracy in a region and we're going to have a free election. But in reality, that election is going to be controlled by those other powers because they need a certain person in office in order to pass bills that would allow corporations from those countries to come to those regions and plunder the natural resources. So all that imposing democracy, that's just a bullshit, because in reality, the type of world we live in isn't really a democracy. It's more of a corporatocracy, where the corporations control everything. And the corporations aren't even limited to just companies, because the states themselves are corporations. And that's that since I believe the 14th Amendment, where that was established, where the U.S. was incorporated. So yeah, but for those who don't know, there's a difference between the United States of America and the United States. That's a whole other topic. Yeah, and then also I was just gonna say real quickly as well, when it comes to that corporatocracy, the main people in charge are like the top bankers of Inner London. So when you think of especially a lot of these companies that are under those bankers, when you think of like Charles Schwab, when you think of BlackRock, when you think of Goldman Sachs, all these top banking companies, they're really the top corporations on the planet Earth, because money controls everything. But go ahead, Apex.
I'm pretty much just saying, like, a lot of these things have kind of been prophesized through many different forms of media. Whether if it was, like I explained, certain movies, iRobot, even video games. I think me and JT talked about it, probably still in the chat, Cyberpunk, where Cyberpunk 2077, where they talk about a lot of the premise, like the society, the city, Night City itself, is controlled by corporations. Like the military at some point is going to become more downsized, well, not weakened, but downsized through corporations. And so you're going to have a lot of these individuals, these skilled individuals in combat, who are going to be hired attack dogs in a sense. And that's going to apply with military. So Russia and China and all of them are kind of setting the stage for all that.
I want to get since we're talking about the corporatocracy.
It's actually great that you brought up that point too. I was just a quick aside. Another movie that touched on that too, in terms of corporations running anything, is the original RoboCop movie. For those of you brothers who've seen that movie, great movie.
I should have watched that earlier. It was on earlier. Should have watched that. But I want to touch on Obadiah chapter 1, since we're talking about the corporatocracy, starting at verse 1. The vision of Obadiah. Thus says the Lord Yahweh concerning Edom. We have heard a report from the Lord Yahweh, and a messenger has been sent amongst the nations, saying, Arise, and let us rise up against her for battle. Behold, I will make you small amongst the nations, or depending on translation, amongst the heathen. You shall be greatly despised, The pride of your heart has deceived you. You who dwell in clefts of the rock, whose inhabitation is high. You say in your heart, who will bring me down to the ground? Though you ascend as high as an eagle, and though you set your nest amongst the stars, from there I will bring you down, says the Lord Yahweh. If thieves have come to you, if robbers by night, or how you will be cut off, and would they have not stolen till they had enough? If grape gatherers had come to you, would they have not left?
Ken, you still there?
Ken, you still there, Ken?
He dropped out.
Oh, he dropped out. Oh yeah, well he'll be back. Well before he comes back, I just want to continue finishing the articles because I'm not gonna lie, we've been here for like 3.5 hours. So I want to get this article done and then we can close. Give me one moment. We'll go back there.
For sure.
Yeah, let me just get to the final point when it comes to tech and energy. In the technology arena, Russia and China said they were ready to strengthen cooperation on artificial intelligence and information security. And again, both of these two things, that's really the society that we're heading into, where artificial intelligence and basically information tech rules all. And we already see a form of information technology in the form of the quote unquote the juice pass. Of course, how they're trying to fool the people right now, they'll be like, well, don't worry, your information is safe. We're building technology in order to, make sure your information is secure. And of course, that works on a simple-minded person because they're like, oh, thank God, I wouldn't want my information out there for other people to see. But they haven't gone to the root issue. Who are you to have my information in the first place?
Exactly.
Why should you have all my information? You already have my where I live. You already have a social security number on me in my bank account information. What now? I gotta provide my health status. Now I have to provide you how I am at basically every hour of the day. Because eventually it's gonna get to the point, especially when the juice is on the scene, or not the juice, the jab is in the people, where essentially the system's gonna work where there'll be a constant, real time what's the way to say it? Basically, your biometrics will be available in real time for somebody to see. Basically, your heart rate, your breathing, your brain patterns, and through that technology, they'll probably be able to, determine your thought process, whether you're going to commit a crime. They'll probably frame it in a way how that's going to be great. We'll be able to, stop crime, save people when they have a heart attack, and call the police, things along those lines. But at the end of the day, that's all good. But the end goal is really to promote wickedness. Like, for example, for any of you brothers who read the book, like 1984, in that book, it got to the point where, like, one of the crimes was called a thought crime. And that's what's going to happen these days if we allow artificial intelligence and like this information, basically, where these private corporations have access to not only physical information, like where we live and like our spending habits and ways to manipulate us, but also information on our basically our biometrics. That's the type of society we're going to get into, where everything can be controlled and everything can be taxed. Like Swim was talking about earlier, they already have something set up like this in China. The specific term, Swim, what's it called again? I always forget.
Social credit system.
Social credit system. Thank you. But in a future society where artificial intelligence and information rules, that social credit system is going to be everything. But let me continue on. They said they believe that any attempts to limit their sovereign right to regulate national segments of the internet and ensure their security are unacceptable. So what do they mean by regulate national segments of the internet? Meaning huge sections where people traffic on at a high degree, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, things like that. They need to be able to regulate that so that inappropriate things don't happen. And they're already setting this up for things, for example, like the metaverse. How there was a story about a woman who was groped in the metaverse. You know how they're floating that story out so they can be like, you see, we got to regulate this type of behavior out of the metaverse.
What's going to be the easiest way to track that within the metaverse in terms of regulating it? because they can also tie it into the aspect of, even to want to, get involved in the metaverse, which is going to be very popular because it's going to be used as an escape from current reality, which a lot of people don't want to, or not going to want to constantly be around and engage themselves in. Once the society goes into all out turmoil and chaos, the metaverse is going to be kind of like a break from the real world. I mean, that's what it is. It's virtual reality. It's kind of going to be like a break for the real world. How are they going to regulate, stopping crime and things that they don't want to, or allegedly don't want to go on within the metaverse, certain things that would be seen as crime, in the real world. How are they going to regulate that? And what would be the best way to accomplish two with one? In terms of incentivizing and in terms of regulating, it's going to be via, you already know what, that Neuralink, man. That's going to be one of the most efficient ways to be able to regulate the metaverse. Incentivize it via having, certain access in the metaverse that you may or may not, have without it, and also being able to increase the spirit of actually mandating it, and increase the want for the acclaim, and the need per se for mandating it in terms of how the public and how the masses view it, because like I always be saying, like, it's the masses and it's the elites. They, in terms of, it's not one can't operate without the other. The elites of this society, they need the willing pawns and basically the masses to be able to accomplish their agenda in full swing as well. To be able, not even getting in full swing, because it's not going to come at 100% full swing, but even get some of their new world order principles and protocols out there, in society, get some of their technological advancements out there, get some of their new age philosophy advancements and societal principles out there. How are they going to do that? They got to do that by having willing participants as well as the ruling elite. So when you have that dynamic right there, you can have people championing for certain regulations within the metaverse to stop the pleasant bliss that's going to be the metaverse, away from the brutal reality that's the real world. The best way to be able to do that and accomplish two things is one is have it have it through that Neuralink in your phone, or even some other form of chip based tracking. But what it's looking like right now, at least, is it's going to be through that Neuralink.
Exactly. And with that Neuralink, they'll also be able, like I mentioned, get your biometrics. Mm-hmm. And with that information, they'll be able to improve artificial intelligence, because that's really the end goal, to replace you, the human being, with artificial intelligence. Because really, they view the masses of people as useless eaters.
Yeah.
A waste of time. So by replacing us with technology, then they'll be like, okay, then we don't need as many people around. And then the average person will just be subsidized by basically government funds, and will basically be living on basically the level of a lot of these welfare people today. They want that to be the average for not even just people in America, but globally. That's
the stipend. It's what the majority of people are going to be living on. They're going to be living on government subsidized stipend through the American digital dollar, which is going to be certified through your Karagma.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Or it might be the gas digital dollar. Because from what I know, what I was reading, they said it was like an article a long time ago. This might have been like maybe early 2021, but they said like the first digital currency system, like from a federal sense, might actually come from China, or however you want to look at it, because they actually have the technology already to do it. They said like China's like 10 years ahead of America technology wise. I believe it. I believe America's that far behind, because they passing legislature that's just like, damn, y'all ain't did that shit already? Like, what the fuck y'all doing? Y'all niggas wasting time. Like, what the fuck y'all been doing?
Like, compared to a lot of countries in Europe and China, our infrastructure, this isn't as good. Quiet as kept, we're too rural compared to a lot of those other nations.
And then I forgot the video that he did on YouTube. I remember Chronicles saying that America creates its enemies. So they give people a lot of the resources that they have, that they've been using to advance their society today. So it's like they've been creating their enemies all this time. They'll give people, you know, the power to do nuclear weaponry. They'll give them the technology to go into space and all this other stuff. Like they literally create their own enemies so that way they have an excuse to fight somebody. It's just now it's coming to bite them in the ass because now until they've been giving countries like China and Russia certain intel, certain resources, and now they're about to use it against them. When will
Yes,
that happen? Don't know. But
yeah, because
you
of
know,
that I can't be touched spirit that America got. You know that
exactly.
the big boss, you know, granddaddy of them all, head nigga in charge spirit that America got. Yeah, you know, you can get my crumbs. Yeah, I'll show you how to do this. You ain't gonna touch me anyway. Fuck it. You know, whatever. I don't give a fuck. You know, like that's kind of that.
Obadiah verse 4.
Exactly the pride of thine heart, man. You know, also how the scripture describe Babylon in the in Revelation, the 18th chapter, in terms of, you know, sitting on the heavens and whatnot. You know, like that's the mindset of the Edomite the Babylonian Edomite per se, the Babylonian elite Edomite per se.
Yeah, honestly, they got that. Can't touch this. No.
Yep.
No, can't touch this. That's really their spirit, man. But I mean, like reading throughout the scriptures, that's just gonna come to an end, man.
Amen.
And also too, I was just gonna touch on the with the concept of, you know, the digital dollar as well. You know, there's been a lot of propaganda going out within the past, you know, year and a half or so. Well, not a year and a half, but the past half, you know, 6 months to a year per se. That's a lot of propaganda about how America is getting left in the dust in the race for the future of money. You know, a lot of countries have been highlighted as far advanced, you know, far more advanced than America in the race for, you know, superiority or economic superiority or economic prowess, or, you know, getting ahead of the curve and whatnot. You know, even countries that you wouldn't think, you know, smaller type countries like, you know, the Bahamas or, you know, the Caribbean countries or whatnot, and also different countries in the South America specifically. One that, you know, is, you know, that, you know, most people know about being Venezuela, which already have a national cryptocurrency or digital currency. But we all know what happened out there with the collapse of their economy and how that led to that, which is going to happen again in Babylon, which is going to happen, not again, which is going to happen to Babylon the Great as well. I mean, we all saw how it happened in Venezuela, with the downfall and the collapse of their economy. And as soon as, you know, they were ready for some pseudo rebuild, they popped out with a digital dollar. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's going to be the same process here, just going to be way worse. But the concept of America being behind on the digital dollar chase has led to actually the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, or MIT, kind of leading the advancement and the charge for escalating the producing of a digital dollar within the United States. So we might see a CBDC based coin, US based coin later on this year. We could. They're talking about, you know, escalating it, getting it out, so that America can start competing with the rest of the world, with the likes of China, some of the other smaller Caribbean countries, South America and whatnot, some of the Eastern European countries that already are ahead of the curve with having a digital dollar and whatnot. So we got to be on the lookout for that this year too. There's been a big push coming out of MIT to escalate that.
Hey,
you mean like a Doja coin type thing, like a real life type of shit? Is that what you mean?
A Fed coin, like a Fed coin, yeah, like a Fed coin, exactly. A real life Fed coin. You know, basically something that is being set to replace the green dollar. Yeah, the USD.
Okay. Yeah, because it has to replace it.
Yeah, it's eventually gonna replace it. Yeah.
Well, yeah,
no, be real.
Okay.
And what they're gonna do most likely, it's mostly gonna be like some type of scare. Most likely,
yeah.
Create confusion.
Scare, maybe like stock scare or some major event's gonna happen that is gonna cause the average American to lose trust in physical money, and they'll want to go digital. That's literally what it's gonna be. Similar to how they were able to trick the American citizens to give up their gold back during FDR's presidency. It's going to be similar to that, where they'll convince Americans to literally give up their cash for digital currency, bro. It's going to happen.
Yeah, but Like Obadiah verse 7, those who eat your bread shall lay a trap for you, and no one is aware of it. I mean, look what's going on right now. A lot of the stuff that America's given other countries, especially from a technology standpoint, they're using it to confuse the people of America, set traps for them, so that way they can engage in more confusion and chaos within the American borders. Especially China, they love doing that. They love creating, they love manipulating propaganda through technology, but that's because U.S. gave them the ability to do it. So it's in the trap. And hey, thanks. Here's your reward for giving us the bread. Now we're gonna make you choke on it. You choke on it. Oh my goodness, man. That shit's sad, man. And the average person is not aware.
They're not. And honestly, I got a scripture for that in relation to Babylon the Great, the great whore. Proverbs 9. I'll start with
Oh my
13.
goodness. Everybody's taking all my presets. That's a spirit, ain't it?
All right. And I'll take partial. I'll do up till 13 to 16, and you can take the rest. Is that cool?
Yeah, it's fine. That's really for next week anyway.
All right. So I'll stop at 16.
I love that precept anyway, so it's all good.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you good. You good. We can hear you.
Oh shit. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you good.
Yeah, we hear you.
All right, cool. All right. So it says, a foolish woman is clamorous. She is simple and know of nothing, for she sitteth at the door of her house on a seat in the high places of the city, for the call passengers who go right on their ways. Whoso is simple, let him turn hither, and as for him that want of understanding, she saith to him. So pretty much, I mean, I was going to read the whole thing, but pretty much to kind of get to the point, America's in a position where they're confused. They're simple-minded. They're kind of being led by their turncoats and stuff of that nature. And it's only going to be a matter of time till that shit crumbles right under us.
Mm-hmm. That's a spiritual understanding of that.
Yes, exactly. There's and with many of the proverbs. That's why the book of Proverbs is so beautiful, because
is.
with many of the proverbs, it has a physical understanding as well, dealing with individual with Sirach as well. But that Sirach is more detailed in terms of actual day-to-day living situations. Proverbs is a little bit more prophetic in the aspect. Well, Sirach is very prophetic as well, but I'll say they're both prophetic. But Proverbs is a little bit more prophetic in the aspect of viewing things from a big picture type lens. Sirach is more prophetic in terms of viewing things from an individual day-to-day basis, and then touching on prophecy and history from a more fact-based perspective of history, especially when you read the later the later chapters of Sirach, like 45 on to the end, going into the history of the different men and whatnot, and the different events that that the writers of Sirach are detailing based on the history of our nation, and then also from a more prophetic aspect in terms of a big picture, prophecy, and not like what's gonna happen type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like these are the events that are gonna happen in society, from a large perspective. Proverbs kind of deals with it more in a more like poetic type way. Where you gotta where you can relate. So it's more like so you can relate certain proverbs to certain. It's not a one-to-one direct correlation, but you can relate certain proverbs to certain events that are going on from a more metaphorical, poetic type fashion. That's why it's a very beautiful book to read. But that's America is that, quite frankly, that is that foolish woman. Is that foolish woman, that simple woman that knoweth nothing. And when I say that, I don't mean that America is a weak nation per se, because of course, even to have the perception of being the world power, you do have to have some level of influence. And of course, influence in whichever way, shape, or form that you want to view it, being influential in a type of way means that you have, you know, power over the minds of people, you know, which causes which deals when, you know, which you have to have a certain level of prowess and skill to be able to do so, and also actions that back up what you perceive yourself to be, which America does. But, you know, at the end of the day, the reason, you know, why, you know, America per se, and of course the people of America as well, but it is America as a whole, because the people represent the place and the place represent the people, you know, so they're interchangeable and they go hand in hand. The reason why America sits, you know, as that foolish woman, is because America kind of sits in that prideful, proud, it can't be touched spirit, you know, thinking that, you know, no one's ever gonna fuck with me. Ain't no one ever gonna turn their back on me. Ain't no one ever gonna, you know, even if they try to, you know, get close to me, I'm gonna always have the power and the prowess and the manipulation over others to be able to trample over them. Thinking they always got, America's like that pimp. They think their hoe was always gonna be loyal to them. They think their hoe was never gonna turn their back on them. Their hoe ain't never gonna turn them into the feds. That's what America is like, bro. America's that pimp that think that they hoes ain't working with the feds, man. You know,
Sure.
to take them down, taking everything that these other countries got, these other nations got, giving very little in return, and thinking they're gonna be okay with that forever. That's what America's like. That's a very foolish mindset to be in, because people are always gonna want, they just do, and that's why the scriptures detail these other countries in Revelation the 18th chapter, saying, "Alas, alas, for America is fallen," because it's gonna be a very rejoiceful thing to see the fall within these other nations, to see the fall of Babylon the Great.
Yeah, but you know, at the same time, they're also going to mourn for it.
Oh
Because
yeah, that as well. Yeah.
they were like, damn, we got to kill them, but damn, the reason why we got to do it is because we want their spot. It's really out of jealousy. They want everything that America has. They just want to be the face of it. That's all. It's the same shit, different characters. Same shit, different toilet. Don't matter.
And then they're gonna fall along with them afterwards.
Satan's rebellion crushed.
Yep.
Exactly. Con. But I think right here, I just want to say I appreciate y'all brothers for coming on tonight and truly just edifying not only myself but all the brothers who are listening live tonight and all the brothers who are going to listen in the future. Really appreciate y'all brothers for y'all help. That being said, I just want to make my closing remarks. Those of you brothers who have watched the lives that I've done before in the past, not on my channel. But that's another story. Something I always used to close out the videos with. But it's always important for brothers to understand that we have to, accumulate knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of the scriptures to the best of our abilities. Not just limited to the scriptures, but on everything else, man. And you want to know how all of us brothers, you might be listening to me like, damn, how these niggas know so much? They know so much about the Bible and history and certain things that are going on in the society. And to be honest, some things we covered on a surface level, not even a deep level. But that's a whole nother discussion. And the reason why that happened is thankfully the Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai was able to open our eyes through reading the scriptures. Like it says in the scriptures, Christ himself let us know, those who believe upon him, out of their belly, meaning their mind, rivers of flowing water will come out. And also that those who seek the kingdom and righteousness, everything is going to be added onto them. So because us brothers are taking the time to read the scriptures and understand it to the best of our abilities, that's why the Most High has blessed us and been able to expand our minds and so many other things. So all you black men out there listening today, if you really want to have an understanding of life, understanding of women, understanding how to conquer not only yourself and your weaknesses, but conquer everybody else around you and be successful in life, have that mindset of a serpent, the mindset of a king and a ruler, you got to start with the scriptures, because this is really, it was something that was written by our people and it was meant for us to have that understanding. It's honestly like reading a letter that your grandfather wrote or your great grandfather wrote, or detailing how to be a man. So when you read the scriptures, it's going to help elevate your mind and your spirit. So I just encourage all you brothers, if you can, take the time to read the scriptures, start from the very beginning, Genesis, work your way through the very end, Revelations, of course, and there's the Apocrypha. And then from there, you can expand, do research in other books. Like maybe you want to read Eusebius or Josephus, or maybe you want to get more understanding of the left-hand path. Or you could read a book called The Two Babylons, very good book if you want to understand the left-hand path, things along those lines. But it's always important to start with the scripture first, because that's your foundation, that's your rock. When you start with the scripture first, you're going to be able to. None of these other philosophies and these other doctrines are going to be able to confuse you or confound you or deceive you or lead you onto the wrong path. That's why it's very important to understand the scriptures. And first, I just want to get a quick precept. Give me one moment. It's Matthew, the 7th chapter. Yeah, I'll start at verse 22. I just want to get the full point. I like doing that. So Matthew 7, verse 22. Many will say unto me that day, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in thy name? In thy name have cast out devils, and in thy name done many wonderful works? Then I will profess unto them, I never knew you. Depart from me, ye that work iniquity. That word iniquity means lawlessness. What does that mean? They weren't keeping the law. They were going against the law. So all these people who say they love God, they love Jesus, they have done this and that and preached and teach. If you're not keeping the law to the best of your ability, if you're ignoring it, if for some reason you think the law doesn't matter, you're a worker of iniquity, and you're going to be held responsible for your actions, man. So that's why it's another reason why it's important to read the scriptures. But I'm going to continue on. Verse 24 down is my main point. Therefore, whosoever heareth these sayings of mine and doeth them, I will liken him unto a wise man which built his house upon a rock. And the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew, and beat upon that house, and it fell not, but it was founded upon a rock. And for those of you brothers who read the scriptures, you know that rock is Christ. That rock is the word, the understanding, because Christ is likened unto the word. He's also likened unto wisdom. And for those of you brothers who don't know, I actually made a video on my channel, but basically titled was like Christ, the wisdom of God. But basically, just to summarize, Christ from a spiritual aspect is the wisdom of the Most High. So when it refers to wisdom, it's also in reference to Christ as well, because from him you get an understanding of who the Most High is and understanding of the word. But let me continue on. Verse 26, and every one that heareth these sayings of mine and doeth them not shall be likened unto a foolish man which built his house upon the sand. And the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew and beat upon the house, and it fell, and great was the fall of it. Meaning what? A person, when you don't base your understanding of the scriptures on that a rock, which is Christ, when like adversity happens, when when you go through difficult times, when you get caught up in a false doctrine or some type of false belief at the moment, you're going to be completely blown astray because you haven't built that solid foundation to have true understanding. And then I just also wanted to read another precept, Matthew 6:33. Seek ye first the kingdom of the Most High and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. Take therefore no thought for the morrow shall take thought for the things of itself. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. Meaning what? If you're focused on seeking the kingdom, and how do you do that? By reading the word and applying knowledge, everything else in your life is going to be taken care of, man. You're not going to have to worry about the things of this world because your spirit has been built up to a degree where, one, you can do with less. So anything that you receive in the flesh is really a blessing from the Most High. It's extra. It's not a necessity. It's a luxury, essentially. And two, with
vanity.
the Most High,
Vanity, bro.
Is going to be easier. And then let me go one more precept. I know I brought it up earlier, but I just want to read it again. Hosea 4:6. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Because thou hast rejected knowledge, I will also reject thee, that thou shalt be no priest to me. Seeing thou hast forgotten the law of thy God, I will also forget thy children. Again, that's another reason why it's important to have the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of the scriptures, because if we don't, we're going to be like our forefathers. And for those of you brothers who read the law, who read the law, which is Torah, the prophets, I wouldn't say the New Testament as much, mostly the law and the prophets and the history. You know that the Most High was angered many times by the actions of our forefathers, and they were killed. They were put to death. Their children suffered and died. And you don't want to be one of those people who are suffering during that time. You want to be saved because the Most High does not spare the wicked. And I just want to get one more precept just to close. I want to go to Psalms, the 1st chapter. Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful. But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law doth he meditate day and night. And he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, that bringeth forth his fruit in his season. His leaf also shall not wither, and whatsoever he doeth shall prosper. So again, when you're a man who's focused on, the scriptures, and it's something that you do daily, of course, there's going to be days where you don't do it, maybe weeks you don't do it, but the point is you always go back to it. You never just stop and forget about it. Like when you're a kid, you have a certain hobby, like maybe you like to ride a bike, or maybe you like a scooter, or maybe you like video games, or maybe you were into anime, and then you got older and you put that to the side. No, you can't do that with the scriptures. Once you start that book and reading, you got to keep on doing it until the day you die, because there's so much knowledge, wisdom, and information that's going to keep helping you to grow. And also, it's a way to check your spirit, because us being in the flesh and flawed and being inwardly wicked, there are going to be times where if we're not constantly in the law, we're going to forget. We're going to forget the righteousness of the Most High. We're going to forget how we're going to conduct ourselves, and we're going to sin. Continuing on, verse 4 of Psalms chapter 1, the ungodly are not so, but are like the chaff which the wind driveth away. Therefore the ungodly shall not stand in the judgment, nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous. For the Lord knoweth the way of the righteous, but the way of the ungodly shall perish. Now, how are you considered ungodly? Again, when you're ungodly, you're a man who sins against the Most High. And of course, this applies to the nation of Israel. The other heathens, they don't even factor. They're all just ungodly by default. No disrespect, but it's just the truth. Okay. But moving on to my main point, for those of us who are the hopeful elect, or whoever the nation of Israel, how can you be considered righteous in the eyes of the Most High and not ungodly? By keeping his commandments, by following what was taught in the scriptures, by seeking the old path, because that's the way of life. That's what's going to make everything easier for you. Like I read earlier in Matthew, that's how the Most High is going to provide for you. So once you are diligent in walking that path of righteousness and you apply it each and every day, that's how you can not guarantee your salvation, but be content with but understanding that you did everything to the best of your ability, because in reality, that's all that the Most High expects for you. Of course, not saying that you need to be over righteous, overzealous, and I wear a garment every day, and I fast three days a week, and I'm fire from the Most High. That's not really what the Most High is looking for. He's just looking for a humble, faithful servant. What you do in your quiet time, alone by yourself. It's not based on how you project yourself to the world. So those are just all important aspects of the scripture. So again, just to summarize what I said, I just want to encourage all you brothers to take the time to read the word and get that understanding. Again, preferably get a King James 11 Bible. Start from beginning to end. If you have trouble understanding some of the words, you can use the blue letter. Sometimes I'll use the ESV or the NFT. I'll be able to compare different translations. And what actually is another great aspect of the scriptures, because it's so massive and it details so much history, when you're really invested in the scriptures and figuring out information, you damn near become a scholar after that, because the Bible is such a large book and it contains so much history, and it does a lot. It contains like a lot of things that you have to research. By the time you finish reading the Bible and doing research on that, all this extra shit is easy, man. It's nothing to research. But yeah, man, that's all I wanted. That's all I wanted to say to conclude. What do y'all brothers have to say?
Yo, that was beautiful right there. Just summing all that up. That's what you said is real important for brothers, man. Just got to be in these precepts, man. You got to be reading these precepts, man. It ain't about, like the brother was mentioning, it ain't about, fake bravado and fake fire. Now, I'm not saying don't be on fire. You got to be on fire for the Lord, but on fire for the Lord is not just about outward showings. On fire for the Lord is not just about outward expressions of what you may deem to be righteousness. On fire is about consistency. It's similar to the phrase, the world is a phrase known as consistency is better than intensity. I'm not saying intensity is bad, but you need consistent intensity. And consistent intensity or consistency, period, is better just having bursts and spouts of intensity, burning out, and never going back to it again. And like the brother was mentioning, this has to be the foundation of our life. You can't just be in this thing for what you want, for what you see to come. You see the end coming, so you're going to be in this thing, Hey man, we may who knows how long we gonna be here, man. And I know that I know none of us want to think about that, bro. I know, bro. I know none of us want to think about having to be here for 20 more years, 30 more years. I know shit, I don't even want to say it, but shit, maybe even more than that, man. I know that none of us want to think about that, but hey, bro, there's a possibility. No man knows the day to hour. Now it don't look like it. It looked like this shit finna wrap up, pretty soon. But we gonna see though. There's a lot of shit that's gotta happen, and we gonna see. Lord will, like the scripture said, we pray for a few days. Lord will be out this bitch very, very soon. In fact, I want to get this real quick. This is Sirach chapter 36, verse 8. Make the time short. Remember the covenant. Let them declare thy wonderful works. So we want the Most High to make the time short, man. We want the Most High to we want to pray for them a few days. We want the Most High to make very few days and speed up the process of these prophecies coming to pass and this destruction coming, man. But hey, man, the Most High operates on His time, not our time, man. We are in no position to tell the Most High when He should do things. The Most High does things when He wants to do things, and ultimately that's perfect. At the end of the day, everything He does is perfect. So we got to have the mindset that we in this thing for the long haul, man. That's what consistency is about. Consistency is about being this thing for the long haul, not just because you think that you want to, not just because you want to get the kingdom in next year. No, don't get it twisted. That would be wonderful if we can get the kingdom next year. I would love to have the kingdom next year. I would love to have that crown from Yahweh Shah next month, tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? But we got to be in this thing from the long haul because we never know when our Lord, the Son of Man, Yahweh Shai, is going to return, man. But we hope that He's coming back very, very soon. But I want to get this real quick as well, because the brother mentioned reading, man. Because that helps you. Reading helps you keep focus on what's important. This Revelation chapter 1 and verse 3. Blessed is he that readeth, and they that hear the words of this prophecy, and keep those things which are written therein. For the time is at hand. And notice it says, for the time is at hand. So what does reading help you do? Reading helps you keep focus on the time at hand, man. It's one thing to know what's going on in the world, but have no spiritual understanding to filter it through biblical prophecy. That's what Edomite do, man. Edomite has no faith. The Edomite, they go on YouTube, they'll make videos about what's going on in the world. They'll talk about certain crises and issues going on, and they'll warn the people about the end times, but they don't do it from a spiritual perspective. They just talk about it from a perspective of world destruction, damning news, collapses of all sorts. This is a guy on YouTube named Jeremiah Babe. I'm sure some of y'all know who he is. He got a good channel, by the way. But he's an Edomite, man. He don't have no scriptural understanding. He talks about how, when all this is over and we get back to normal in 10 years, hey, but a man that speaks like that has no understanding what the truth actually is. Now they do got some information in regards to some valuable information, actually, in regards to giving you an update on the current current issues plaguing society from a monetary perspective, militaristic perspective, a social perspective. You can learn some good information from people like that, but ultimately, how you are able to filter that information from the lens of the Most High, which is the ultimate lens that we want to have, is by reading the precepts, man. Because then not only are you able to gather the solutions to the problems that are going on in the world, not from a worldly solution perspective, but from a spiritual solution perspective, because a worldly solution ain't gonna be around when the Most High starts to get busy on this world. Only thing you're gonna have is spiritual hedges of protection, be able to keep you and preserve you, and that's ultimately what we're gonna need. So you're gonna be able to have that, but also you're gonna be able to have a backstage pass to the future, man. You have a VIP pass to the future once you're able to understand this prophecy, and you only get that from reading the book, man. From actually taking the time and being consistent. And this is how you be on fire, man. You take the time and you consistent with diligently seeing what the Lord has to say, seeing how you reflect a life that's pleasing to the Lord, and living your actions every day based on what is pleasing to the Lord, by understanding prophecy, by understanding the proper history, by understanding the ways and how we should carry ourselves daily as Israelite man. And as well, the Most High put the Spirit on you to do this work and to teach others the ways of righteousness, then most definitely do that as well. But I want to get this as well. This is the book of Sirach, chapter 39 and verse 1. But he that giveth his mind to the law of the Most High, and is occupied in the meditation thereof, will seek out the wisdom of all ancient, and be occupied in prophecy. So as Yahweh Shah said, as the scriptures say in Revelation chapter 1 and verse 3, it says, to see that read and hear the words of this prophecy. It's all about prophecy at the end of the day. Other parts are most definitely important. You know, every part of, you know, as the scriptures say in the book of First Timothy, all scripture is given for the inspiration and knowledge, you know, of those who follow the Most High. Just roughly paraphrasing that. All scripture is given for that. But you know, right, the times that we're in right now, as the scripture said in Revelation, the 19th chapter, the testimony of prophecy is the spirit of Yahweh Shai. Or the spirit of, it's like the spirit of Yahweh Shai is the testimony of prophecy. You know, so prophecy is should be at the forefront of all of our mindsets right now in regards to you know, understanding what the book actually says. That way we're not thrown off and we're not beguiled by the serpent when these are different counter mechanisms, because they are privy to certain biblical prophecies. They're privy to certain understandings on a greater level than the average person, you know, in terms of the how the Most High is going to move and shake things. They're just trying to get their things accomplished, like the scripture saying in Revelation the 12th chapter, the 12th verse, because the devil know he has a short time. So they privy to certain biblical prophecies and whatnot. So they're going to try to be on a counterattack against the Most High. That's why we got to be girded up in the spirit of truth, so we know what's right and we're not taken by any of their measures, man. But it's when they try to counter this righteousness, man. But I want to get just this right here, and I'm gonna go ahead and round it out, because we mentioned heavily in this live stream talking about the wicked, the elite, and their plans for the future, man, and their plans for world domination, the new world order, beast system based society, monetarily, militaristically, socially, and landscape wise, financially. Well, that's monetarily, everything, man. You know, physically, you know, all of that. But ultimately, they're not going to get everything accomplished, and the Most High is going to step in. This is one of my favorite precepts. This is the book of Job, chapter 20 and verse 23. When he is about to fill his belly, the Most High shall cast the fury of his wrath upon him, and shall rain it upon him while he is eating. He shall flee from the iron weapon, and the bow of steel shall strike him through. It is drawn, and cometh out of the body. Yea, the glittering sword cometh out of his gall. Terrors are upon him. All darkness shall be hid in his secret places. A fire not blown shall consume him. It shall go ill with him that is left in his tabernacle. The heaven shall reveal his iniquity, and the earth shall rise up against him. You know, so actually I'm gonna go to the end. The increase of his house shall depart, and his goods shall flow away in the day of his wrath. This is the portion of a wicked man from the Most High, and the heritage appointed unto him by the Most High. So, you know, this is the wrath of the wicked from this is the wrath that's going to be poured out onto the wicked from the Most High, and that's going to be from the, you know, it's going to ultimately be from the Most High, but it's going to be using Yahweh Shai, the holy angels, and also the elect, starting with the 144,000, when Lord will have that number are raised up and become the battle axes and weapons of war and get that spiritual power, man. You know, so like the scripture said, just as he's about to fill his belly, just as he's about to get his new world order accomplished, man. Just as, you know, World War III happens and all that, and they think they got everything, they got society in the place where, you know, they got the population right, they done got the economic system right, they got the charagma mandated and on the scene, and you know, lots of people done took it just when they think they got everything set up for they rebuild, because that's what this is about. So this is a financial, a systemic, social, economic, militaristic, landscape, physical rebuild. It's all with the old, in with the new society. Just as they think they're about to go plunge full swing into the new society and got everything out of the old, none of that's a part of society no more. That's when the Most High gonna send his son back and kill their ass, man. That's when the Most High gonna send his son back and discover their secret places, as the scripture said in Obadiah the 1st chapter. Who shall discover the secret places of Esau, man? That's gonna be the elect, man. They're gonna go into their underground bunkers, and they're gonna try to hide out. They're gonna try to hide underground and whatnot, hide in the inner earth and all places like that. All them little areas they got. Underground cities and this, that, and the third that they got, you know, all up in there, man. The elect, Yahweh, well, starting with Yahweh Shah, the holy angels, then the elect are gonna discover all of that, man. Gonna kill their ass and gonna take them into slavery. That's how the Most High is gonna roll with this, man. As he said, the increase of his house shall depart, just as his house is finna increase. And just like he's derailed society and rebuilt it and structured it in a way in which is profitable for their new world order and their beast system and the worship of their gods. Just as they think they better get that accomplished, the Most High's gonna bring his wrath and bring his fury upon them, and they're not gonna be able to get it accomplished in full swing. And that's the beauty of our Lord, man. He's gonna do it. He's gonna make it so that everyone who ain't worthy is gonna be weeded out. It's gonna be that bad. It's gonna be down to the wire. It's like a pecking order. It's like each plague, each system, each technological advancement, each mandate from Esau is weeding out the undesirables, man. It's weeding out the people who aren't fit for it, man. Who don't have the heart and the mentality to stomach it and to stay loyal to the Most High. It's weeding out the undesirables, the 2/3. Of course, these heathens ain't gonna make it anyway, but it's weeding out everyone's with the 2/3 of our nation, and it's priming and prepping the righteousness and making us perfect through suffering to inherit the kingdom. That's how glorious, how beautiful the Father is, and the greatest reward of all is going to be to take down our enemies. As the scriptures say, there be six things that bring me joy, and 7 make a man happy, or something like that. Just roughly paraphrasing that scripture in Sirach. And then one of them is a man that liveth to see the downfall of his enemies. Man, that's how glorious and how merciful the Father is. That's why the scriptures say when we bind them up with chains and whatnot, it says this is the glory and the honor of all the saints, man. It's gonna be a very glorious and an honor, a thing that's full of honor to do, to be able to have the ability to be a part of this, be a part of raining that fury down, be a part of when he's about to fill his belly up, come down and bring all hell on them, man. So hey, they're not gonna be able to get it accomplished, but they are gonna get some of it done. And that's how we gotta warn our people about these times, because like I said, these times are used from the Heavenly Father to weed out the undesirables. And you don't want to be one of them undesirables, man. You don't want to be 2/3. You don't want to be cast into the lake of fire, man. You don't want to face the second death, man. You want to be part of the 1/3 is gonna actually, like Jake, don't you want to rule, man? Ain't you tired of being at the bottom? Ain't you tired of not having shit? Ain't you tired of not having no respect? You know what I'm saying? Don't you want to actually have shit, actually have power and influence? Don't you actually want to enjoy life and not having to work and to work for the oppressor and having to, scratch and crawl and all that? Aren't you ready for a better life? Hey, well, there's steps to getting there. But you know what? The best thing about the Lord, He gave us an open book test. We ain't even got to search and find out the answers. It's right here in front of us, man. All praise to Yahweh Bashim Yahushua.
Brakata Yahweh, Brakata Yahushua.
Come on.
All right, any of y'all brothers have any other closing points?
Yeah, I'll make one. Unless Apex, you want to go first?
Yeah, just, to the best of your ability, just stay in this thing. Don't let nothing deter you. You know what I'm saying? Because you're going to get outside influences, whether if it's other brothers in this truth, depending on who you're talking to, people out in the world, you know what I'm saying, media. Don't let, pay a blind ear to that, because it's not going to help you. Stay on this truth.
Yes, sir, man.
Actually, my bad, real quick, bro. Apex, you just mentioned a great point. I just want to hit this quick precept.
Please don't steal it. Please don't steal it. Please don't steal it. Please
Oh,
don't steal it.
nah, I'm not. I think this is one right here, bro. Where not one of your classics, man. This ain't one of your classics, bro. But this is the book of Ephesians, chapter 4, and verse 14. That we henceforth be no more children, tossed to and fro, and carried about with every wind of doctrine by the sleight of men and cunning craftiness, whereby they lie and wait to deceive. So as Apex just mentioned, part of staying on fire and part of staying in this truth is having the mentality to not be swayed by everything that you hear, man. You can't be swayed by everything that you hear. If you hear something, you got itching ears towards something, man. And the scriptures say that we should prove all things by the scriptures, man. The scriptures say we got to study to show ourselves approved, man. So if you hear something that it may be, appealing to you and whatnot, hey, you got to see what the scriptures say about it. You can't just believe it, man. You can't be tossed to and fro, not being what's the word I'm looking for in the book of James, being double-minded, man. That's not a manly spirit. Yeah, we're supposed to be sure of ourselves. Now, of course, I'm not saying that you got to always be that way. Of course, you have times where you think about things, you meditating on things and whatnot. But that's between you and the Most High when you're meditating on something, man. Don't be out here because you make a fool out of yourself when you do shit like that. Honestly, you make a big fool out of yourself when you're openly showing that you're tossed to and fro with a lot of different shit bottling your mind. You look like a damn fool, and you make it. And let me stop. But yeah, let me stop, man.
No, but you say it right, Swing.
Let me stop.
You know, until you find the
Go ahead.
until you find the answer,
Go ahead.
look for the answer. But while you do that, keep a stern face.
Con, exactly. That's what you got to do. You know, and part of having that stern face is, you get that through, the Lord, man. You get that through, searching out things that are going to give you the answers on the daily, becoming more sure of yourself through your studies on the daily. It's one thing to just, be double-minded, and then all you're doing to suffice that double-mindedness. Let me stop, man. Let me stop.
It's an open room. You gotta worry about nothing.
Let me stop.
Rapid fire.
But Apex, you are making a great point though. You do one of the point I'm trying to make is that ultimately, it's you fix that by diligently searching out the answers through the scriptures, man. That's how you fix that, and that's how you come to a point where you can resolve questions. I mean, where you can resolve a question that you may have, problems that you may have. There's nothing wrong with seeking counsel. Seeking counsel is a great thing, and it's a great thing when the Most High can provide you brothers to seek counsel from. But if that's your number one ammo against yourself, then ultimately, man, and you're gonna end up falling out, man. I'm gonna just say you're gonna end up falling out. If your ultimate ammo against the spirits that are battling within yourself is other people, those same other people that you use to suffice the personal demons that you're dealing with are gonna be the same people that draw you in a direction that you can't come out of. I'm gonna just leave it at that.
Con.
I already know what you getting at, bro. But
Man,
hey, man, Obadiah, verse 7. Once again, those that eat your bread will lay a trap for you. But yeah, we'll leave that one alone. But I can't focus no more. But I'm gonna close this out with a few precepts. I'm gonna start with Proverbs 9, verse 10. The fear of because you talk about knowledge. The fear of the Lord Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the Holy One of Israel, by the way, is understanding. For by me your days will be multiplied, and years of life will be added to you. If you are wise for yourself, and if you scoff, you will bear it alone. Then I want to skip all the way to Romans chapter 9. I guess I'll just start at verse 1. As Paul states, I tell the truth in Christ, or Yahweh Mashiach, I am not lying. My conscience also bearing me witness in the Holy Spirit, that I have great sorrow and continual grief in my heart. For I could wish that I myself were accursed from Christ, or Mashiach, for my brethren, my countrymen, according to the flesh, who are Israelites, not quote-unquote Christians, not Islam, none of that crap, who are Israelites, according to whom pertain the adoption, the glory, the covenants, the giving of the law, the promise of the Most High, Yahweh, and the promises, to whom are the fathers, and from whom, according to the flesh, Christ the Mashiach came, who is over all, the eternally blessed, the Most High, Amen. Then I want to get hold on. I want to get 1 Thessalonians chapter 5 again, but I want to get a couple more verses this time. But I'm going to start at verse 1 again. But concerning the times and the seasons, brethren, you have no need that I should write to you. For you yourselves know perfectly that the day of the Lord, Yahweh Hashem Yahushai, so comes as a thief in the night. For when they say peace and safety, you know, all the heathens, these religions, blah, 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 blah. You know, the global peace initiative, whatever the fuck they want to call it. Then suddenly destruction comes upon them as labor pains upon a pregnant woman, and they shall not escape. But you, brethren, are not in darkness, so that this day shall overtake you. So this day should overtake you as a thief. You are all sons of light and sons of the day. We are not of the night nor of darkness. Therefore, let us not sleep as others do, but let us watch and be sober. For those who sleep, sleep at night, and those who get drunk are drunk at night. But let us who are of the day be sober, putting on the breastplate of faith and love, not God is love crap, but real love, and as a helmet, the hope of salvation. For the Most High did not appoint us to wrath, but to obtain salvation through our Lord Yahushua HaMashiach, who died for us, that whether we wake or sleep, we shall live together with him. Therefore, comfort each other and edify one another, just as you also are doing. Then I want to skip all the way to Revelation, which of course took all my Revelation precepts I was going to do tonight, except for one. I'm all praises for that. All praises to Hashem Yahushai for that one, because I just thought he was going to take this one. Revelation 20, starting at verse 7, which we was talking about Gog and Magog and whatever. These are the earth tonight. So starting at verse 7, we're Revelation 20, verse 7. Now when the 1,000 years have expired, Satan will be released from his prison and will go out to deceive the nations which are in the four corners of the earth, Gog and Magog, to gather them together to battle, whose number is as the sand of the sea. They went up on the breadth of the earth and surrounded the camp of the saints and the beloved city, and fire came down from the Most High out of heaven and devoured them. The devil who deceived them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophet are. I don't know why I said that, but and they will be torn. Yeah, I know, and my vision sucks anyway. And they will be tormented day and night forever and ever. Then I want to go to last one. Well, actually, you know what? Last two per se. Let's see. Revelation 22.
Gotta get them. Gotta get them.
Gotta get them.
Get them out.
All right.
Gotta get
Let's
them.
see.
Tips out,
Let's see. I'll just start at Revelation 22, verse 12.
Yes, sir.
And behold, I am coming quickly. Yahushai, quote from Yahushai, and my reward is with me to give to everyone according to his work, not her work, not they work, not no trend, wherever pronoun you want to put there. No,
and not no work either.
Yeah, no, right. According to his work, I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, the first and the last. Blessed are those who do his commandments. You know, once again, blessed are those who do his commandments, that they may have the right to the tree of life and may enter through the gates into the city, which was described in Revelation 21st chapter. For all you idiots that don't know about that, go read that. But anyway, verse 15, but outside are dogs and sorcerers and sexually immoral and murderers and idolaters and whoever loves and practices a lie. And for all those who practices a lie, religions, blah, 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 you self-worshippers, atheists, which y'all just really retarded. But anyway, that's y'all business. But we got to get it. Revelation 22, starting at verse 18. Damn, when was the last time I did this precept? Probably
Yeah, it's been a
last
minute
summer.
since you wrapped it up with the final words, man.
I know, right? Because I think I fell asleep on every live stream since then. Anyway, Revelation 22, verse 18. For I testify to everyone who hears the words of the prophecy of this book. If anyone adds to these things, the Most High will add to him the plagues that are written in this book. And if anyone takes away from the words of the book of this prophecy, the Most High shall take away his part from the book of life, from the holy city, and from the things which are written in this book. He who testifies to these things says, surely I am coming quickly. Amen. Even so come, Lord Yahushua. Let the grace of our Lord Yahushua be with you all. Amen. So it's once you have that wisdom, then that's your only chance at ever gaining any type of access to the tree of life, to the new city, to the new kingdom, new Jerusalem, new kingdom of David, new Eden, new heaven on earth, whichever one you want to choose. That's the only chance you're going to get there, is with the wisdom of Yahweh Bashem Yahushai, the Holy One of Israel. That's just the bottom line. Anything else, you're screwed. I cannot express this enough. D-Ben can't express this enough. Apex can't express this enough. Swint can't express this enough. Brothers like Hitman, J2K, Mosiah, they can't express this enough. If I missed anyone's name, I'm sorry. It's late. But none of us.
Shout out Randy. He been in here tonight too.
Oh yeah, Randy. Of course, Randy's always in here. So shout out to Randy as well. Did I mention J2K? Yeah, I did. Okay. See, I forgot that fast. It's late. But none of brothers in this truth, they cannot express this to you enough. If you don't understand it, you better try. And if you don't, but at the end of the day, you got to try that on your own time. You got to be, like Swin said, you got to be laboring in this truth on your own. Like D-Ben and Swin said, you got to be laboring in this truth on your own time. What are you doing when no one's around? Is this stuff on your mind then? It can't be on your mind just because, I don't know, one of us in the knowledge, or I don't know, an elder of great millstones sitting right next to you. Like, that doesn't work. Okay, what are you doing on your own? When the cameras are off,
the way you be saying that, but it's funny.
Hey man, I gotta say it straightforward and dry, but you get the point. You can't. It doesn't work. What are you doing when the cameras are off? What are you doing when you're by yourself? It's easy to get on camera and get on a live stream. It's easy to say all praise to Yahweh Bashem Yahushai then. But what about when you're on your own? When the cameras are off, when your mics are off, when it's just you in the room, it's just you and I don't know, your four walls, wherever the fuck you at. What are you doing then? If you're not doing it then it means nothing. But of course, it's up to you. So at the end of the day, hey, all praise to Yahweh Bashem Yahushai. May we continue to receive our daily bread, mental, physical, and spiritual. And shout out to the hopefully elect, Kwame Yashala, and that's it.
Shalom, y'all.
Shalom.
Shalom, peace and blessings, brother. And all praises to Yahweh Bashem Yahushai and the Hakodash as well. Peace.
Happy Black History Month, black motherfucker.
Oh shit.